Brett, I don't know if that's going to work. Every time we make him a host, then he whacked out. Now we lost everybody.
I know. That's what I got to figure out. Like, make me the host real quick. As if I'm going to mute and if you want me to mute.
You've got to be the host.
Yeah, you've got to put me as the host.
There you go. Sorry about that. Since he was host and he left, it shut us down. So I don't know if you're gonna make him a host, Brett. All right, everybody there. Alan, you can hear us now, right?
I can hear you, okay.
Okay, and I can hear you.
Oh, I just changed settings to say only one participant can share at a time.
Okay.
Who can share all participants.
Right.
And then who can start sharing when someone else is sharing. I'm gonna say all host on that.
Yeah, only the host.
Yeah.
What about will everybody be muted, or how do we do that? We'll just have everybody mute themselves.
Everybody, I think the settings were everybody's muted when they arrive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anne just came in and she's muted, so that's
Yeah.
Sorry about that. When he left us, he left everybody by making him host.
Hey, let it go.
He blipped us all out.
In the middle of that, Zoom updated me, so that's what took a while.
Oh, well, that is Zoom had a big update yesterday, and so I think people are getting it here and there. So we know that now. Bless you.
Oh, COVID.
That's right. Hey, Cherie, you can hear me?
Yes,
It'd be
ma'am.
cool if you share that information about the nose spray. I didn't even know it existed.
Did you see in my text to you?
You
On your
texted
phone?
me?
Yes, ma'am, just in case it's something that pops up and I'm not on, or what you can just say. The link can be put in the chat and people can decide if they like the information or not.
Oh, that'll be good.
This crazy world, you can't even say this is good for you. You're not allowed to.
No, you can't, but
I mean,
I'll try anything.
You're in trouble if you're in trouble if you say, this could be helpful. They're like,
Yeah.
whoa, what are you saying? I'm
What
like,
if you put
could be
that?
helpful.
Will you put it in the chat real quick?
Yeah, let me
Since you
see
got
where
it
I can
handy.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've been looking for research on some of the natural things that have been mentioned, vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc, so
Yeah.
on. But there's just, there's no studies that you can refer to. It's very frustrating.
Really?
I mentioned that I was tested for antibodies from the one vaccine that I had, which basically almost killed me, unfortunately. But
What?
I didn't get
You
any
had a bad
benefit.
reaction?
Yeah, I had to report it. I mean, I got blood clots and fever 2 weeks prior to the J&J information, and I didn't have J&J, I had Moderna. But I know already that I'm the one in the million because I've been chemically sensitive for over 30 years, and I don't react well to drugs in general. I've been very lucky that currently dealing with follicular lymphoma, I'm actually able to take the monoclonal antibody. So I thought I might be okay with the vaccine, but didn't work out. I had to go to the hospital. It was really a problem.
You had Pfizer?
I had the Moderna one shot. I
Oh,
couldn't
yeah.
take another one. And it was very frustrating, obviously, because now
That's
it
70%.
showed I didn't have antibodies and I don't know how to test for natural.
Wait a minute. You took the one shot and you have no antibodies? You have nothing?
Right, but there's now 3 studies that show people with lymphoma, which I have. I was diagnosed with breast cancer 28 years ago and with lymphoma 2 years ago. So people with lymphoma don't necessarily get a benefit anyway. So I was a double whammy, multiple chemical sensitivity and lymphoma. And so it goes.
Well, then,
Anyway, I'll shut up.
I'm trying to figure out how to get this link in, because when I'm in Zoom, it takes up this whole thing, but.
Can you go
please,
down to the bottom where it says chat?
Yes, ma'am. I know how to do chat. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is it's on my phone, like it's on your phone.
Oh, I know. That's why I was having you do.
That's why you gave me That's why he gave me the problem.
That's right.
I'm trying to figure out how I can minimize and text. I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's all right. It was eventually, yeah, that'd be cool. We're getting
No.
everybody to get on here. This is exciting. Welcome, Jim and Pat. Everybody doing good?
Can you just tell me quickly how I minimize this screen?
Brett?
It's not the little line up top. Brett, do you know?
Minimize, what, the whole,
The whole Zoom, because I want to get the link sent to my computer. so I
Right
can-
corner, upper
What's that?
right corner, it
Yeah, I
says
don't-
view. And if you click on that, it gives you full
Oh,
screen
yeah,
or not.
that's right.
And then if you're not on full screen, you can push it so that it shrinks the way you would with any other.
You. Exit
just
full
did it.
screen. You're an angel. Thank you. I'm just trying so hard to get this information out to you specifically. So cool. And again, I am not promoting this product. I'm just saying the
Hey,
science.
it exists. I didn't even know something like that existed.
Oh, I make everybody do it.
That's great to know.
Yeah, and it came from biospace engineering, so they're not a
Wow.
bunch of yahoos. I'm getting closer. Here we go, into the chat.
Excellent.
Chat. To everybody. Here we go. Here's a
There we
biospace
go. Perfect.
engineering product.
Excellent.
Add
For the
gargling
one,
to that.
for the ones few that just joined, tell Jim and Pat what you're doing, what it was.
What? Oh, the
Tell,
nose
tell them
spray?
what it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, just read the article and you can decide for yourself, but it appears that any virus has to set up in the nasal passages, go through the mucous membrane to replicate, to grow big, to go down in the lungs, to cause havoc. And this particular product that you can get on Amazon, and I would highly recommend getting it quickly, it has to have an X in a particular product called with an X inside the ingredients, because they do make two different ones. But 80% of COVID has been shown to not be able to adhere to the nasal passages with the spray. 80% removal, that's almost better than our vaccines. I'm just saying it's something, it's non-harmful, it's organic, or no, it's natural. And then I would add gargling if you're in immune compromised position or just don't want to have anything to do with viruses. So I'd have a look at that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Brett, can you unmute Jim and Pat? Just see if they're all of them are working if we unmute. Yeah, they got it. They got pack of 1, pack of 3. I'm looking on Amazon right now.
Get a pack of 3, but look at the ingredients and it'll say it has Xlear or something with an X. Really important.
Exlito and
Yeah,
Xlear.
whatever.
Yeah, wait, yeah,
Yep.
that's it.
You got to have 2 X's in your
Right,
purchase.
it's got both of those on it.
Okay, you got it. Go get it, get it,
I'm
get it
getting
for
it
everybody.
now.
Last time it was swept off the shelves. You couldn't get it anywhere in the world.
What's it called again?
Xlear, Xlear
Yeah.
on Amazon.
The
with
link
another
is in chat there that she tells you what it is.
Okay. Got it.
And it's a biospace engineering paper that did the study. I put that in there. And it's been 80%. They were able to remove 80% of COVID infection before it sets up. So I'm like, okay.
It's
And
even
not
got,
harmful.
Cherie, it's got same day delivery on the 3-pack. So I'll get it
Do it.
today at 10
Go
o'clock.
get it for all your kids. No,
I
you need
did.
like 4,
I
don't
just
you?
ordered 9 of them.
Oh, good. Okay, good.
Yeah. That way everybody's got one.
I take a permanent marker and I put on their initials on it so people aren't
Names.
carrying those.
Yeah, so we don't share each other. Be a little gross.
Keep it in the family.
Yeah.
I'll keep anything except for the virus.
And we made the disclaimer, everybody's allowed snacks and drinks, so don't worry about it all day today. So make sure you have stuff. We got a 36 on the lineup. as far as speakers, but not all in one day. It's gonna be huge. I mean, it's gonna be great. We got some good speakers on this whole thing. We have Miss Carrie Quincy there from the UK. We have Australia recognized. Alan's in Australia.
No, he's not.
No,
I was in the Netherlands.
Netherlands. Why am I saying Australia? Ron's from Australia.
We're a little bit smaller.
That's right. Alan's from Netherlands and Carrie Quincy's from the UK.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you,
Yeah, we
just
can,
can't
Carrie.
see you.
Hi, yeah, I've turned my video off because I'm having a few connection issues, but
Okay.
if my video's down, then nobody's kind of looks like gremlins and I can hear everybody. So my picture's there and I look exactly the same, but I'm hoping to put my video on in a bit. But if you
Yeah.
see my kind of video, photo,
Yeah.
don't panic, and hopefully everything will be ironed out for tomorrow's talk.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I have everybody testing their video to make sure they don't have issues. So.
I think it's just I'm having bad weather here at the moment, so
Are
it's
you?
raining really heavily.
could be
Because
it.
it's been fine all day, and I've just switched it on, and I'm like, oh man, what's going on? But yeah, I am here in the background. Say hello, everybody.
Excellent. Yeah, we're supposed to get storms this afternoon. And hopefully it doesn't cause us any havoc. But everybody else's weather's decent, I hope.
At the moment.
Humid.
Typical New Jersey summer, hot and humid.
Yes. Wow. Not fun.
Oh, British summer, raining.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Huh?
Oh, we're getting the soggy later on after you finish with it, Cherie.
That's I love it.
Hey Peggy, are you gonna have people do their own timer or are you timing so you can keep on? I've got my timer set.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea too.
Yeah, Mom, you time if I'm doing everything else.
And I'm gonna make
Yeah,
you
yeah.
time, Brad. I'll keep us on track.
Yeah, you gotta do like the 1 minute warning or
Uh-huh.
something, make it. Cause even in Clubhouse, people go on and on and on.
So I
for
recommend a 5-minute warning and then the 2 minutes, so they're not.
Yes.
Suddenly go crazy.
Well, we go
Well,
into
maybe-
question and answers also, so we've got that extra 15 minutes built in. Everybody gets 30 minutes per se. So we're not in bad shape if they go over just a little bit, but yeah, I'll stop them, tell them to wind down. Because there may be a lot of questions and answers, there may not, depending on what kind of how well you spoke and told them all.
Yeah,
But yeah, Cherie, make sure that people know you are the recovery shirt, because many of the men need to know who to thank,
no, it's
who
okay.
have gotten it. I mean,
Yeah, my message is really just gonna be, turning the bad thing to a good thing, and people can turn their bad into a good any which way they want, including
Very
just reaching
true.
out and getting on your platform and getting the word out. That is a very good thing, minimally everybody can do.
yeah, very much so. I agree.
I would also ask, we were talking about everybody putting their links in, remember? So they can follow and tweet out and get your message out there, Peg.
Oh, good
So-
idea.
Remember, we discussed that on our practice. chat.
Yes. Yes, we did.
So people can follow and retweet. That's how you get a viral thing going, right?
Very much so. And you can give us a little reminder when you speak about it too.
Okay, I'll get right on that.
Yeah, I mean, just saying a little, every little bit,
will.
that's brilliant stuff that, we all need to be reminded about,
Yeah,
because that helps get the message out even further.
just think about all your medical people, if they
Oh.
were just taking that one tweet out that they're talking with Male Breast Cancer Coalition, and
That's
then that goes
huge.
to their millions of viewers. Come on, we got to do this, but you have to ask people. They don't think like that.
Well, no, we don't. I mean, I'm the first to tell you.
Yeah.
I definitely don't. So, yeah. And if you want to see the chat, there's some good stuff. Ann just put some good stuff there in chat open your chat up from the bottom there where it pops up.
And that
And,
came out of the article, right? Okay, so, yeah, and she quoted it, so that's awesome, that's like,
Excellent.
that's the thing right there on the why. Why should you even look at this link? Please,
Right.
crazy not to.
We'll start getting a lot more. 9:42 here, so a couple minutes, more and more are gonna start popping on here.
We forgot about Central Time. We came on
That's all right.
at our time.
That's all right. I'd rather everybody be early. So we make sure it's technology. It's grand when it works, guys. So,
Hi, England. Hi, Cherie.
there we go.
Hi. I told you I was here, I promise.
There she is.
Intermittent.
Hi, Gary.
Hi, Alan. How are you doing? Are you feeling much better?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Back to
good. You look
normal. Well, if there is a normal me.
Excellent.
Everybody else feeling well, in good health?
Thank goodness. So far, so good.
Oh, yeah. I actually have my annual mammogram later today.
Oh, do you? Well,
Yeah.
good luck on that, Jen.
Good.
That's gonna
It'll be
work. It's
fine.
gonna be good.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can only stay on till 11, unfortunately, because then we have to get ready to go for that.
Well, it's all being recorded, so we won't miss out. And but I probably won't get them all cut down until next week, Monday or Tuesday, and then we'll where the speaker's name is, it will then go to their recording up on the website. So
I'm really pleased to hear that you're recording it.
Yeah,
There's
and
some, I'm the same as Jim. Sorry, I don't know your wife's name.
Pat,
Pat.
Pat, I'm the same, so I'm going to miss a few this evening, and I shall miss some on Saturday. But I'm hoping to be here for majority of Friday. But it's so, it's such a shame that we can't all be together in person. But thank goodness for Zoom. Hey.
Oh, absolutely.
Indeed.
And through last year, we've all learned how to use it finally. So that's what I told everybody when we did the practice yesterday. I said, we
You
didn't.
still don't know how to use it.
Yeah, I know. I gotta have Brett by my side. Smart ass. Why do you think I had Brett? So he could be here and show me how to do things. So, but yeah, we had the good turnout yesterday, and nobody had any issues getting on. So that was a good thing. Last year was a different story. Nobody was familiar that much with Zoom yet, and we had a lot of issues back last year, but pray to God this year everything goes good.
Hopefully next year we can all be together.
Yes,
2022.
be here in Kansas City. We're still trying to plan it at the Lowe's Hotel. He's already confirmed our space still again.
You have dates yet, Peggy?
Huh?
Do you have a date?
We originally were talking April, but more and more, I think this August date works fairly good. And so that's one of the things we were going to discuss. Should we just, this first week of August doesn't seem to be very bad. We get a great turnout. So maybe go with that. We'll go with everybody's opinion on what they think. But, who knows? Hopefully, yes, in 2022, we're together. But if not, we'll continue doing virtually. We're not going to let this go by. There's too much knowledge out here to learn to not do this on a yearly basis. And we start getting a lot more knowledge, we'll do it every 6 months. The heck with it,
So does this mean you're not going to San Antonio, or you're going to do it?
This year I'm going to do virtual. Yeah, they offered us the booth again, but I still don't feel safe enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm thinking it over. I have a hotel reservation. I'm scheduled. I have my airline, but
I don't know, and I'm going to give it time, especially now with the way the Delta variant's coming so fast.
And I know I have no protection, so it's really tricky. But
and virtual wasn't bad last year. I mean, I got a lot of people talking.
From my view, it's about challenge, and I can't challenge anybody on a Zoom call. It just doesn't work out. So it just doesn't work out for me. I can't make the kind of statements I want to. So it's very frustrating. But today, the Integrative Healthcare Symposium held in New York City in September, they just canceled. They said the hotel has closed down all conferences. So that's really scary.
Wow, and I think there's gonna be more and more of that at this rate, so.
And
Like I
I'm
say, thank
featuring-
God for Zoom, because it doesn't shut us
Yeah.
totally down.
I'm featuring our organization's end of February conference, but now, you know, I started doing some advertising and we may have to shut that down too. No one
Yeah.
knows.
And
Very
tell
frustrating.
everybody, well, as we're waiting, briefly what you do. Let them know.
Well, yeah, I was diagnosed, as I said, with breast cancer 28 years ago. And because of the chemical sensitivity, I refused chemotherapy and radiation, but you know, there was no internet and I just had to make it up as I went along. But I managed to find things that were useful and I discovered that those things could be used in a complementary way for people doing conventional treatment. So ever since I've been searching those studies and those articles and sharing them on our website, on our Facebook page, and at our annual conference where we bring in a variety of speakers like you're doing. And that's been really helpful, showing people, you know, like people say, well, what could I do instead? Or what can I do in addition? Or I finished my treatment, what can I do? So we try to provide that kind of information. So AnnieAppleseedProject.org and on Facebook as Annie Appleseed Project.
Excellent. Maybe put that in chat real quick.
Yeah. And I would like to just say that when our website went up in 1999, and Peggy knows this, we had the biggest section of information on male breast cancer in the entire world.
Yes,
And
they did.
men were coming to us from all over the world because that's where the information was.
It's amazing. Excellent. Knowledge is power.
Indeed.
If you know what's going on, you don't get scared.
That's true.
That's right.
Peggy?
Yes.
Do you have a particular preset tweet posting or something about?
When Cherie gets on, she does all that. So
Okay,
she's-
cool.
She's doing that, Instagram. She's pushing it out everywhere.
I mean, for us to copy and paste out of
Oh,
chat. and-
Yeah, let's
Post to
ask
her
her.
phone.
She's got them all.
Okay.
Okay. When she gets on, yeah. She's in charge of that side of it all. All right. Miss Linda's here from San Francisco.
Good
And
morning.
Sonia, there we go.
No, see now. It's
No.
Peg,
Yes.
and you just posted a link, honey. You got to put the HTTPS thing / to make it a live link inside the chat.
You lost Berk, I don't know.
There you
Excellent.
He's in the middle underneath us.
Oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, maybe when everybody comes in real quick, maybe introduce yourself so we make sure you're hearing us and we're seeing you too with video and all that as you're coming on board. If that works. Linda Holden, you can hear us?
I can.
Okay, good.
I'm-
Where's your
I'm still-
beautiful face?
I'm still getting, it's 8 o'clock my time.
I know it's early.
I'm still getting ready.
That's all right. We won't push it.
I'll be back.
And Brett walked out into the clouds. We don't know where he went. Oh, boy.
Amazing. Yeah, people from around the world.
Mm.
Wonder where Alan is in Holland.
Alan, where are you in Holland?
I'm up in the north, Friesland. It's
Okay.
where your famous black and white cows come from. Fields and
Oh,
cows.
okay.
So they come from here where I am.
We've been to Holland. I had a pen pal when I was in just starting college. So I went to Holland. That was my first plane trip, was to Holland. And I was there for 3 weeks, and then we went back after we got married together. But we haven't been back there since 1974. So it's been a while.
Yeah, no, I'm way up in the north there, the other side of the Isselmeer.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we traveled all over Holland. It was wonderful, but I'm sure things have changed since 74.
No, it's still wet. It's still raining.
Mhm.
But I was a long way from the floods. That's way down south. So no problems.
Hey, Anne, can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. On your Twitter, put your favorite, what you want retweeted to get your project out, and pin it to the top. And that way, if people click on your link and they go to your Twitter, we can just retweet what you want the world to hear. Because like I have like 15,000 followers and they're all mostly medical. So let me help you out.
It's not COVID.
Cherie, you can see our website or our Facebook page, and we are on Instagram also, but I don't post that much there. But you can see our website, the registration for our conference is going live today for the end of February.
Yeah, I was just suggesting a,
Yeah, I don't know how to
Just
pin it to the top. Unfortunately, I told everybody. I didn't mean to. I apologize. I meant to tell you, but I don't know how to pin it to the top here. But I can.
oh, it's just the right, okay, okay, no worries, just trying to help,
Yeah,
it's all good.
But what is your Instagram? I'll follow you.
It's in those massive amount of links that I sent just as a test.
Okay.
So just click on one of those, but Twitter is really where my
Yes,
power
yeah.
is because they're all medical. So that's what I'm saying to Peg too, make it super easy for people to share out your information so they don't have to think. No thinking aloud. Nice website, Ann. Oops, there we go. We're gone. I'm gone. Well,
We see you, Cherie.
it's gone. I've got some, I'm gonna have to get out.
Hello, Alan Herbert. Very nice to see you on here.
Hi, Cherie. Yeah, finally. I
Can't see.
was trying to work out the time, so.
What time is it by you?
It's gone 4 o'clock here in the afternoon.
Okay.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Sherry Mathews asked Sherry Ambrose some of your questions you had.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
No
I
worries
was
at
waiting
all.
for the landscapers to quiet down a little bit.
Yeah, I know, life.
Okay,
So my question is really, we're all on here with our time to not only just, share, but we're pouring into Male Breast Cancer Coalition. So do you have a preset post, tweet, like just something we can copy and paste in chat and throw it up on our social media? Can you imagine 36 powerful people all throwing that up all at the same time? That's what the algorithms love. And we can get some, positive viral load. And so a lot of times they just put in happening now in a link to Male Breast Cancer Coalition, and you want to draw them to maybe website and maybe one other social media link.
yeah,
I just wanted to suggest
even
it.
the conference, yeah.
I know I've been posting it out with the conference link,
Yeah,
like,
but that's giving me work. So you got to take all work away from humans. And so if it was just there, you had a perfect little tweet
just
Like-
put the Zoom link in there.
and ask every single speaker to copy and paste right? And send it out to their social media, and everybody can help get the word out about this amazing organization.
I can put it in the chat for
Yeah,
you.
put it in chat too. That way
Okay.
everybody's got it.
Make it easy, hit the easy button.
Anything else before I mute myself, just so because I'm going to flip over to that screen and put that together.
Yeah, no, that was a biggie because
That'd
we
be
can help
perfect.
get the word out.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
We're doing pretty good. 2 minutes and counting to, and again, the actual conference, our first speaker isn't on until 11, so we've got some opening stuff and everything like that. So Cherie Ambrose and BRET will be doing all that, and we'll have some pre-questions and all. I didn't know we'd get this early, which is awesome.
Wait, I have to talk?
Huh?
I have to talk today?
Yeah, you do. You and Cherie have to do the opening.
Uh-oh.
I know that's rough, but that's all right.
Brett, will Riley be making an appearance today?
Sadly, she will not. She is with my mother-in-law
Her other grandma.
babysitting. So
Is she in good health now?
Thank God she's better.
Good.
Yeah, because she keeps giving her illnesses to me.
Sharing the love, Grandma.
Yes,
Sharing the
she is. I told her, keep it away from me anymore. But Brett got her tested twice just to make sure she didn't have COVID because she had been going to daycare. Thank God it wasn't that. It was just some other form of a virus. So we got it. So
It's so funny. I have some friends that have had sicknesses that mimic the COVID. They've got
Yeah.
walking pneumonia. They've got this. They're dead. They're crawling on all fours to get, from room to room. And they're like, but thank goodness it's not COVID. But
COVID,
I'm
but
like,
yeah,
that still sucks. I'm
it
just
does suck.
saying.
Yeah, in February I got viral pneumonia from Miss Riley. So
Oh.
and I've had that before. And so
Ooh.
thank God we were on antibiotics again on at least that one they give you an antibiotic. So
I'm gonna
For a
try to
virus?
show
Mm.
a quick video if everybody wanted to laugh, but I
We
don't
can't
think,
see it. Hold on.
I know, I don't think
People-
the, well, let me see if I just take off the chroma crayon.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
I don't remember where we posted and stuff, but
Yeah, that was
the
fun.
other,
Brett being
the other
mean.
morning, let me see if I can hit the play right. Riley was just leaning hard on me.
All right, it's
Aw.
not playing.
Where is it? There we go.
There you go. And he mean.
He was just leaning really, really hard, and I just kind of moved up real quick. And he fell kind of like in the crap of the cushions and everything, and just had this look like, "Oh my God, what did you just do to me?"
Purposely did that to his daughter.
Just building trust. That's all you're doing.
That's right.
He does trust falls on all of us all the time. So
It's the truth.
She's so cute.
Yes, and she doesn't even talk yet. God help us when she does.
she's saying, "Dad, Dad."
Yeah. Thing Brett will eventually regret that it became her first word.
I don't
Officially
still remember
10
that word.
a.m.
Down that you have to wait.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We're gonna be signing off now. We got to take off, but we'll be back later.
You'll be back later. Thanks for getting on, guys.
So wish him
Appreciate it.
good luck with his scans. and
Yes,
his-
good luck. He's having a
Thank
scam mammogram today. So
All the best.
good luck from all of us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Clear scans.
I did just post something that anybody wants to copy and
Oh,
paste.
perfect. Good one. Everybody can start sharing that out of chat. Tweet it. Facebook it. I mean, it's
I
a
mean,
good
if you
idea
want-
Miss
if you
Cherie
wanna
Mathews
change-
came up with.
If anybody wants to change anything in there, if it's, doesn't fit in the tweet or whatever, just make sure that you grab the
The link. Yeah,
Bitly link. Yeah,
yeah, that's
that's
excellent.
right to the Zoom.
And we have Michael and Patty are here.
Hello, everybody.
So nice to see everyone.
You feeling any better, Mr. Michael? Thank God you're joining us.
Day by day. Tomorrow
by
I go
day.
for a shot, so hopefully that'll make
Good.
things feel better. I don't know.
Yeah, it took Bob 2 times. The first shot missed some of the disc in his epidural, but the second one this last week really worked, and he is much better now. A happy
Yeah.
camper.
Keep my fingers crossed.
Yeah, we be praying for you, darling. Keep it good. There's Miss Linda. We see her. Excellent. Getting a good crew here, so. Our first speaker is Nina at 11 from Walk the Walk, and she had just called on my phone, and they're ready to go here soon.
Aren't I at 11?
You are at 11:30, ma'am.
Got it.
Yeah. Here we get some more coming on. We'll wait a little bit, make sure we can. Murray, welcome. Everybody. And so everybody knows you're coming in muted. So if for some reason it's your turn to speak, make sure you'll unmute. Brett will help you to unmute if necessary.
Thank you, Peggy. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that's good. Not a
morning.
problem. We've got everybody coming in muted strictly because we don't want to hear a lot of background if a speaker's actually speaking. So, Murray, where are you from? Tell everybody.
I live in the Hollywood Hills in California.
Yes, good one. We're getting more and more.
I just cut up because of the different time zone and was reading in bed and then realized, oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, exactly. You're early too, like Linda.
I gotta put my arm sleeve on yet, so.
Yeah, Linda Holden's in San Francisco, so she's early too. Excellent. Give it another 5 minutes. Anybody else have any interesting stuff they want to just share out? Anyone that's just joining, Cherie Mathews shared out at the very top in chat about a nasal spray for COVID-19. And tell them a little bit more about it, Cherie, real quick.
Yeah, just a natural nose spray. So it wasn't created for COVID. It was a bioscience article that you can click the link and look at the research for yourself. But it appears that it inhibits the ability for the virus, probably any virus, to be honest, to replicate. And without it being able to replicate and you blowing it out, they've actually been able to quote 80% success rate in removing COVID from the nasal passages. I'm not advocating it. I just wanted to share it.
What about removing it from your lungs and rest of the body?
Well, it has to be in the nasal passages. Apparently, that's where the study, you just have to read the study. I'm not advocating, I'm just sharing. I can't
my
defend
wife
them.
works as a surgical tech at a hospital in LA and really get the shot. It's just absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, this is not instead of. This is and for me. I mean, everybody, yeah, this is and an extra step of removing virus. So, yeah, we've all been vaccinated, but everybody's so
Yes.
weird about all even that.
Very true. We're getting a good turnout. Today, just so everybody knows, we have 14 speakers today, 12 tomorrow, and 10 on Saturday. So we've got a total lineup of 36 speakers, which are amazing. And all the knowledge, but I'll reiterate to everybody, we are recording. Right now, we'll record every day, and then eventually I will get them all cut down. And where you see on the web site that the person's name with the speaker, that'll eventually click to and have their video of their speech on there too. Miss Pat Washburn's in her car.
I am. I'm on my way home from the dentist office. I was listening to you guys and I knew you couldn't see me. So I just wanted to say, hello, I'm listening. I'm on my way home and then I'll get on my laptop.
Well, and hopefully everything's good from the dentist.
Yeah, it was just a checkup. We're good to go.
Excellent.
Okay, I'll go ahead and mute myself. Hello, everybody.
So glad you're here. Are you in the Marlin Mobile?
No, got the Mustang today.
Gotcha.
That's getting all spruced up for her travel.
That's right. She's
trying to get
car
everything ready to
service.
go.
She's getting her self-service like the car.
Yeah, she and Cherie are getting ready to hit the road.
Right, right.
They're visiting you, Linda, so that's
I
good.
know, I finally get to meet Miss Pat in person
That's right.
I'm looking forward to it.
and see Cherie again too. But
Yeah, what the heck, huh?
Cherie gets to see Bailey in person.
That's right. Bailey doing good? Grace is there. Somebody mute her. Brett, you're gonna have to mute. For some reason, I'm not muted.
That's not me, by the way.
Brett, yeah. Can you mute it?
And then there, everybody's muted. Now a few people can unmute. I don't know where that was coming from.
I think it was coming from that iPhone.
I think that's where it was. Yes.
Brett, I'm not able to mute anybody. How come?
Because Zoom only allows one host.
What? I thought we were able to both be hosts.
Give you.
We were yesterday. Yeah. Was I able to get back there or no?
Hey, everybody. I'm Ann Klinke and just wanted to say hello. I am a survivor of ovarian cancer in 2020, and my husband was just diagnosed with breast cancer Wednesday. So I'm very new to the group, but I have an extensive knowledge in cancer now. So I look forward to learning with you, and I thank you for welcoming me.
Thanks for joining us, Ian.
Yes.
Welcome in.
Well, if anybody wants to know, I'm halfway through the alphabet on my proclamation request, so I'm
We're
getting.
gonna have you talk about that here quickly. So
Yeah.
it's about 10:15. We'll kick it off here, Brett. But yeah, I can't
No, I just made you the host. Now you have to mute everybody.
You can't.
One thing you can say about us, we are not formal and stuffy. We get the job done, but there's a little humor in there.
Been to enough conferences to know nobody likes formal and stuffy. So yeah, good call, Cherie. Good call.
I'm gonna be kind of back and forth a bit because I've got well, for here it's first thing in the morning. But I'll have the I'll have it all. And that wasn't me.
I thought maybe Murray pulled out that guitar behind them for a minute, but I didn't see Murray pull out the guitar, so that's not him.
No, I write and record music, but what was just playing was not what I consider music. That's just noise.
Brett, you're gonna mute everybody's muted, but you'll unmute them when they go to talk.
You are host again.
And are you host?
No, you are the host right now.
Well,
but I'm noticing like we're getting like spammed.
I thought so too. This one person, Matt here.
It like in the bottom right corner of my
Yeah.
screen, it keeps cycling out.
Can we get rid of that person? Make yourself the host again so you can control it.
You have to make me the host.
I don't know if you can drop somebody.
How do I do the host?
Oh, I think maybe you can. Because if you highlight the person, the top right-hand corner's got dots.
Yeah, we got that. We know that, but
you may be able to get rid of them.
Brett, you go do it. I can't. Okay, get rid of that person there.
I can't. It keeps switching.
I know it.
People got nothing better to do than to hack stuff.
Do you have a troll? We might have to all get out and get back on before this conference starts.
We do?
Well, they have access. This is happening on Clubhouse everywhere and everything.
Really?
Wow.
All right. What did you get rid of them, Brett, or they did?
Yeah.
Brett just got rid of them.
Okay. Isn't it awful?
It's crazy.
It's happening on Clubhouse like every time people open a room now.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, it's really bad.
I wish some of the people that have the brains to do that kind of stuff, because I couldn't figure it out. They really should apply themselves, because they'd really do good in the world if they did the right thing.
Very much so.
I'm saying with all these scammers that come up.
Awful.
Everybody out, you know, if they put that much effort into an ordinary job, wow.
Yeah, and that's the truth.
Yeah. They might cure cancer.
Mm.
All righty.
Peggy, I'm having a little Wi-Fi weirdo stuff on the ranch. If
Yeah.
I'm in the middle and you see me going into the matrix, can you just close the door and just tell people to have a look on your website to see how we're helping the guys with an invention? And then we can just leave it at that.
Sure.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay. Brett, you're back. So we got Cherie, we got everybody. All right, so we'll officially say welcome to the Male Breast Cancer Coalition 2021. conference. We're going to have an amazing 3 days with over 36 speakers, 14 today, 12 tomorrow, and 10 on Saturday. We can't thank everybody enough for being part of this, because we all know knowledge is power. And wow, what's going to be shared here this week. And we are recording every session. And I'd like to welcome in BRET Miller and Cherie Ambrose, the co-founders of the Male Breast Cancer Coalition. And what would you two like to start us out with for this amazing weekend?
I'd just like to thank everybody for taking time out of your day to be here, especially all of our speakers. I look forward to hearing everything you have to say, and thank you for all your help that you've been doing to help build our awareness and our message worldwide that men have breasts too, and just helping many other men around the world. That's the whole reason why we started this. And yeah, thank you.
And Ms. Cherie.
And I echo that. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us, and especially the speakers and the professionals. We really appreciate your time. We know that your time is very expensive and it means the world to us. And I honestly feel by bringing everyone together, you're learning from one another. Our survivors are learning from you as professionals, and you are learning from them how to better treat men with breast cancer. And collaborating is the only way that we're going to beat this thing. So I think by bringing the worlds together, we're making some headway over the past few years, and we could not do without you. So thank you.
Absolutely. And Ms. Cherie, why don't you continue and start telling what's going to happen, you and Pat, and what's coming up, and also how you're dealing with getting every state involved. You have about 15 minutes you can talk on it for sure, because our first speaker's not until 11, and then we'll do some open discussions.
I am, for those of you who don't know, I have taken it upon myself for the past, oh my gosh, I don't even know how many years
5 years now. Yeah.
It might be even a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
I've taken to requesting proclamations, naming the 3rd week of October every year as Male Breast Cancer Awareness Week. And I do this by putting in a proclamation request into each governor of every state here in the United States. And I do it in the name of a survivor in that state. And we try to mix it up every year and gives everybody a chance. Unfortunately, last year due to COVID, and this year I'm seeing it too, a lot of the states are not doing proclamations. I guess they don't want to mail paper or whatever. But we've been lucky to have at least 45 states on board. We currently have 3 states who have put this into a bill and have marked it permanently every year, and that is Massachusetts, thanks to one of our caregivers, Kara Salzman. Her and her husband advocated for this hard in Massachusetts and got the week. I did it here in New Jersey, and we were also fortunate enough to get it proclaimed in Pennsylvania. So those 3 states I don't have to chase every year, but the rest of them I do. And if anybody can think of a way to get to the powers that be in California, because that is one state that I have not been able to crack for some reason, but I'm going to keep trying. So that is what I am in the midst of doing, and I'm trying to get it done before the 17th of August, when I fly out to meet Miss Pat in Omaha, Nebraska. And the 2 of us head out on a 14th state, 40 city road trip out west in the Marlin Mobile. Our goal is to meet as many survivors in the states out west as possible. And we're looking forward to it. COVID and all, we're doing it.
Absolutely. This is good. Miss Pat, what would you have to say about that? Can she unmute? No.
I think she hung up.
No.
Okay, no,
There we
I'm
go.
still here. Am I still, can you hear me?
I can hear
Yeah.
you. We can't see you.
Yeah, I don't know what I did and I'm driving, so
That's
I
okay.
can't pay any
Just
attention
talk.
to it.
That's cool.
I'm just real excited to be taking off. You know, I'm a little concerned, probably not as, or probably more so than Cherie is. You know, with COVID, the wildfires that are going on out there, and honestly, we are hearing about new men every day that we maybe didn't have in our original trip, and you know, we are hearing about them now. Cherie just contacted me last night with another one, and we are going to add him to our itinerary. So, you know, if you are listening to this, if you're in the western half of the United States, you probably don't have my contact info, but you can get a hold of Cherie, get a hold of Peggy, send something to the Male Breast Cancer Coalition. And if we're near the area, we will definitely see to it that we meet up with you. We may ask you to meet us part way, but we want to meet. It's really important that we meet our men and that they know that they're not on this journey alone. There's a lot of people out there supporting them. And the Marlin Mobile is just going to kind of show that, you know, it's got my husband's picture on it. And we just want people to know that we're there and that we think about them.
Wonderful. Definitely getting the message out in the Marlin Mobile. People stop Pat all the time and ask her questions, don't they, Pat?
I guess they do.
There's a Cherie just put the Marlin Mobile up. It's in her screen. So if you haven't seen it, that's what it is. And it definitely catches the eye of people driving. Even highway patrols, right, Pat?
Yes, yes. I have been known to be stopped by a state trooper only for the sole purpose of asking what the signs and symptoms are of male breast cancer, because he had something going on with one of his nipples and he wanted to know if it was something to be concerned with. So I'm thrilled. I mean, it doesn't bother me at all to get pulled over in the Marlin Mobile.
She is building awareness no matter who it is. And this is good.
Yes, I am. Yep. And Peggy knows that I will talk to people on elevators too. I don't care where I am. I talk to people about breast cancer.
She does. Pat is not afraid to talk. Let's just say that. And thank God she isn't, because she gets our message across. And Pat will be speaking the very last day on Saturday, but you know, briefly for the people that are here, tell them a little quickly, not quickly, but about Marlin and why you drive the Marlin Mobile now.
Sure. Sadly, I did not know that the Male Breast Cancer Coalition existed 4.5 years ago when my husband was diagnosed with breast cancer. He had been in education for 41 years and had no idea that men could get breast cancer. And so when he was diagnosed, this was something brand new to us. And sadly, his cancer was so far progressed through his body. You know, a mastectomy was not an option. They did try chemo. They did a little bit of radiation, which thankfully took care of his pain. But I only had him for 5 months. So, you know, it was in that 5 months time, him being an educator for 41 years, he wanted to get the word out to other people because he knew he was not the only one that didn't know anything about breast cancer in men. And so the first thing that he did was get a personalized breast cancer license plate, and we ended up having it before he passed away. So he was able to actually see it, which I'm really thankful for. And then after he died, I kept thinking, what can I do to get word out to people? Because there's so many that just were in awe and in shock that this man actually had breast cancer and died from it. And so I took his car. The last car that he ever bought was a 2014 Dodge Dart, and I had a wrap put on it. And on the side of it, in pink letters, it says breast cancer does not discriminate. And underneath of it in blue letters, it says men too. And the place where I had the car wrap put on recommended that we put a picture of him on the hood. And it ended up being a picture that was taken at the time he was being diagnosed. And that has actually been a very beneficial thing to have on the hood of my car, because I can tell people, you know, this picture was taken when he felt fine. And 5 months later, he took his last breath. So you have to be cognizant of your body. And so anyway, that's what I do now. I travel the United States, except for through COVID, but I travel the United States and I try to talk to people and make sure that men and women are aware of men getting breast cancer.
It's a great symbol for advertising, as it were, but you know, obviously a huge, heavy cost. One of the things when I had breast cancer and mastectomy, they took out 16 lymph nodes because it had spread, and I've ultimately ended up getting these compression sleeves. Right. Well, I get a lot of questions about this because people don't see them, and first they think it's a tattoo. And even my brother asked, "Why did you get a tattoo on your arm there?" No, it's a compression sleeve. And one of the reasons I wear it is that, you know, it's better to me than the boring beige medical ones. And people also ask questions. I mean, I just was in the grocery store the other day, and a person stopped me to talk about it. And that way, I get to explain about male breast cancer and what happened. So, you know, does it hurt? Well, is it going to get better? No, it won't get better. It's just the way it is. But it's fine. I didn't lose my arm, and you get a chance to talk about it, and yet people are just shocked, just more often just shocked. You know, my mother had it. I didn't know men could get it. My brother-in-law, or I knew someone that, or just never heard of it at all. So.
Do you all carry, Mary, in your family, any of the mutations or anything that would cause the breast cancer? Or?
For me, no, but I did have an aunt who had breast cancer, and I ended up with it, and her brother had diabetes, and my cousin ended up with it. My family's very small, and almost everybody's dead. So it's just the way things go. But
absolutely. Well, let me know, shoot an email. I'd like to get you a shirt out. We haven't done that for you yet, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shoot me an email size-wise and location, where it needs to be sent, and we'll send it out. You're not going to be able to meet with Pat and Cherie, right, when they're there?
No. Right. Vegas has got a really, really high amount of COVID now. And, to go out for dinner, it's 4.5 hours each way. I'd have to stay overnight, et cetera. So
it's not worth that.
It's not practical.
No. Well, we will get this out to you in the mail as soon as you send that to me. Okay, and any of the men, let us know. We will get them out to you for sure. Let me think. Anybody else have anything they want to discuss quickly, just as an open book here, that while we wait to get the...
Peggy, I have one other thing. My hope is at this point, if COVID is on our side and they've figured something out by next summer, my hope is to join the group in London for one of the walks. Wow. Yes. I'm really hopeful that I can do that, and I can meet several of the our men out that way as well, because again, that's why we're doing this.
That's right. Nina's our first. Nina's our first speaker from Walk the Walk, so it's going to be pretty amazing.
That'd be great. We'll try and meet up over there.
Yes,
that would be great.
Alan's from the Netherlands.
I really need some UK time.
That's right.
I promised Sally I would do one as well before she retired. So yeah, it'd be great to make one in person. I haven't done any of the virtual ones, but I did say to Sally before she retired, I'll get on one of those. So that would be great.
Well, we'll get Sally to come out of retirement and meet us, I'm sure.
That's right.
Oh, I'm sure she would join us. I'm sure.
I was
London
basically, I was basically, can you hear me?
Alan, how far are you from the UK from the Netherlands? Is that close or pretty far?
Well, it's about just under an hour's flight.
Oh, that's not too bad then. No.
7 hours by boat.
Yeah.
You can take the high-speed train.
At the moment, I'm getting to the point. If it takes much longer, I'm going to sail across in my own boat. So
you could do that too.
I can.
Alan,
But that's how I got my boat here.
That's right. Give a little background on yourself so everybody knows.
Okay. Alan, male breast cancer 9 years ago. So left mastectomy, 12 lymph glands removed, radiation, the whole micmac. I live in the Netherlands, but I'm born and bred in London. I'm an ex-medic, so nothing was a surprise except the fact I knew it was possible for men to get breast cancer, but that was it. When I got my diagnosis, I tried looking up information and there was the square root of nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got all the signs and symptoms and statistics over women all over the world. But for men, the statistics don't even agree with each other from country to country. And that was the reason I wrote the book, The Pink Unicorns of Male Breast Cancer.
Yes. You have a copy of it? Show them if you've got. We'll have you put it up later. So.
Yep. I've got a copy somewhere. I think. No, I haven't. I've ordered some copies, but they're all in London for me to collect them.
Yeah.
I've been waiting that long.
Share a link to it, Alan, maybe.
Yeah, that's true in chat when you get a chance. That'd be a smart idea.
I'll see if I can find a link, yeah. I've often throw it up on Facebook because that's where I do most of my work. So if everything that comes up with cancer, bang, and up goes. Pink Unicorns of Breast Cancer, especially on my military sites for the men.
Excellent, yes.
Even today, I've been having a little swipe at the breast cancer organisation here in the Netherlands. But they did use the word 17,000 people with breast cancer, not women, but people.
They're at least getting people in there, and that works.
They got people in there, which was a big step forward. I says, yes, but remember that 80 of those 17,000 are men. Big letters. And put the statistics there. So I think they're going to hate me eventually.
That's wonderful. Absolutely.
That's why I like storing up a hornet's nest now and again.
Absolutely. It gets it going. So that's fantastic.
It was interesting what you said about there was nothing on it. I was diagnosed. I was born and raised in Canada, in Toronto, and when I was diagnosed 11 years ago, I went to the Canadian Cancer Society website. They had zero about male breast cancer at all. So I immediately got a hold of one of their VPs and said, "Look, this has got to change. We're not right, you guys." And he was pretty shocked. And about a month and a half later, their site had been updated to reflect male breast cancer.
Awesome, Murray. That's excellent.
Well,
when I was
when I was searching, I went on to the British Cancer Research site. The only information they had was men can also get breast cancer. One sentence. That was it.
That's more than the Canadian site had.
Yeah. But, my latest I went to get my COVID vaccinations. And you get this form you've got to fill in, and there it says breast cancer. So, of course, I ticked it. So, went in there, and because I've got a few other things, had to see a doctor. And she pushed the form back to me as if say, "Idiot, you have crossed breast cancer." Correct.
Love it.
And her face up. Pardon? You've crossed breast cancer, that's right. You mean you've had a mastectomy and the lymph glands removed and Yes, that's right. She sort of melted down and sort of trickled away, you know.
I love it.
This is a reaction I get so often. Say, I've had breast cancer, pardon, and they see you're not joking and you're quite serious, and the brain just sort of melts, you know, and it's pure shock. And that's the one thing we've got to get rid of.
Absolutely. And it takes all of us globally. And you have a, go ahead.
A question as the new person. So I believe that my husband had gynecomastia as a teenager and stuff. Do y'all see that? I'm worried about my children. Do y'all see that?
Gynecomastia is sometimes looked at as a precursor for it.
Yeah. And
BRET,
I question, because when BRET found his lump at such an early age, at 17, every doctor kept telling us for 7 years, it's gynecomastia. And I said, if you knew my son, he's very thin, he's very fit, he's football, wrestler, it's not gynecomastia. And for 7 years, they didn't diagnose him. And finally, we get a doctor that finally realized what it was. So you got to be your own best advocate. But yes, do you think even back then at that early age, was your husband's even actually breast cancer? And thank God, was a very slow growing breast cancer. They said it could have taken a long time, you know, for anybody to finally realize. But that's where I tell all the men, even the young guys, when they call and they start asking questions, I said, if a doctor tells you it's not and they don't know, go get another damn opinion, people. It's just that doctor never dealt with it, so they don't know. They're human, you know.
And it's rare.
Yeah, and it is rare, but
because I mean, it's not as rare as it seems like
it
it was.
Yeah.
But Bob was also diagnosed. He went with a lump in his breast, and he was diagnosed with gynecomastia. And then the second doctor that would have biopsied him didn't choose to biopsy him because it was rare.
Wow.
So when Bob was diagnosed, he was already stage 4. His clavicle had fractured. So you have to be your own advocate, and you have to, I recommend any male that has a lump pushes for a biopsy, you know. And
agreed, Linda. Don't stop without getting answers. How
if
can
it's rare,
yeah,
it's, you know,
how can any doctor look at a lump and tell you what it is? They can't, okay, until it's been tested. So you have to be your own best advocate. Don't just take that. Yeah, any of us, when we go to the doctor, we don't ever want to hear the word that you've got cancer, but guess what? Reality is push for your own self.
Yeah.
If you don't feel it's right, it must not be right. You're the only one that lives in your body. You're the one that's got to get those answers.
And I do. I mean, I pushed heaven and earth to get mine and get it taken care of. But
good girl.
My husband is more reticent than I, and I'm trying to
most
honor
men
his
are
process.
Most men are terrible. They don't even want to go to doctors. Come on, every one of you guys. When was the last time you went to the doctor unless you were forced? You know. So.
Well, what I find interesting is when I talk to men, when they go for a physical, it's not even approached or talked about with so many men still. And even if it is rare, if no matter whether it's 1% or 50%,
they don't check men's breasts.
If it's your person, the statistics don't matter. And so, I mean, it's shocking that it's not talked about when you have a medical appointment or even just mentioned, so men are aware of it.
That's right.
And have you and your husband done the genetic testing? I know you're concerned about it.
We are doing genetic testing, and I actually just put a call into the surgeon this morning to make sure that we were doing the oncotype testing as well.
Yes.
So yeah, we will be doing all of that.
Yes. Okay. And also send me in an email if you can your address and stuff, and I'll get some shirts out to you all too. So
okay.
And sizes and everything. That'll definitely work. But
and we do have genetic specialists that'll be talking as well. So you'll get a chance.
Yeah, to ask the speakers this next 3 days. So
well, it's really interesting because ovarian cancer is very much estrogen based and that kind of stuff. And I don't have BRCA mutations, or I don't have any of those. I have a lot of micro instable microsite satellite unstable things, but nothing with those, but you know.
Yeah, we don't run any of that in any of our family. And not only Brett with breast cancer, I have a niece with breast cancer and 15 other cousins. And there's still no explanation why in our family. They just don't have any answers. And they've all been tested for mutations and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm lucky enough to be 2 hours away from MD Anderson and have
excellent.
the premier cancer care. So
Yes, you do.
whether he likes it or not, if testing comes back, he's going to MD Anderson because that's where he needs to be.
Excellent.
On the Dr. Giordano, who's
Yeah, Sharon.
breast cancer, we had a second opinion from her, and so yes,
She's amazing. And
I
she's
would have
right
gone
there
to
in
MD.
Houston.
I would have made Bob go to MD Anderson, but we live in California and it wasn't covered on our insurance. But
Yeah.
you're fortunate.
And
I am.
Linda, tell everybody, when did Bob pass? He just was one of our best.
Bob, he passed away February 28th of 2020, 2 weeks before we went into lockdown for this pandemic. And he had lived, though, 17 years with stage 4 breast cancer. He was diagnosed
Unbelievable.
January. He had surgery on his 41st birthday. January of 2003, he had gone to the doctor. We were dating and he'd gone to the doctor in 2001 or so, but was diagnosed with gynecomastia. And at that time, when a doctor tells you it's nothing, of course, you're like, of course, it's nothing. I'm so relieved, blah, blah, blah. And then his clavicle fractured probably in 2002 sometime. And they did surgery and it came back benign. And then his clavicle fractured a second time in January of 2003, which led to the surgery he had on his birthday. And they said he had cancer, but it was not the primary site. So then he was diagnosed with male breast cancer de novo, because he was diagnosed with it stage 4. So then he had started chemo, and then they weren't going to do a mastectomy. They were going to do chemo radiation. Then the tumor board met and argued. And so they decided to do a mastectomy after the chemo. And then he had radiation. Then he wasn't on treatment for a few years, but then he went back on treatment and was on and off treatment for 2 or 3 years at a time. And so anyway, sadly, he passed away.
But he is our example, and 2 of our men that have passed on that lived with stage 4 from the beginning. And then our others was Bob at Trafter at 19 years. And our awesome one was Dick Schulte, 22 years with stage 4 breast cancer. This is why I tell some of the young guys, we've got several going through it right now that are stage 4. They're only in their 40s and 50s. I said, but we've had other men live this long with stage 4. So please, please don't take this diagnosis as a death sentence, because if you do, your mind will take over, and yes, your body will give up. You've got to be mentally with it as much as physically. And don't let the word cancer, because when we all hear cancer, what do you think immediately? Oh my God, we're dying. We're going to die very quickly. Not one of us is promised tomorrow, guys. So we've got to keep the fight, and that's why we're here today. Look at what we're all going to do in the years to come that will help change this for people across the world, because it's what we're doing that will push science to try to figure out a cure for this damn stuff. And hopefully it'll be in our lifetime. I pray it'll be tomorrow. So, hopefully we get this done. But we are right here just 14 minutes before we're going to start with our first speaker. Anybody else have any information that they just want to discuss right now, since we've got a great crew here? You see anybody else? Any questions or anything?
I was just going to say, I was in the car, so I don't know which of our gentlemen was speaking, talking about the Canadian Cancer Society.
That was
just
Murray.
No, that was me.
Okay. All right. I just got to share a little blip of what happened to me. Marlon had passed away. I was actually on the way to the funeral home, and for whatever reason, decided to call the American Cancer Society.
as I'm driving, and a little gal got on the phone, and I asked, what I said, I've struggled to find anything on your website that deals with male breast cancer. What do you have? What do you have to help the men? And of course, she misunderstood what I was asking. And she said, we have a lot of stuff on our site. And I said, please help me. I can't find it. Please help me. Keep in mind, this was 4.5 years ago. And when I finally realized that she thought I meant that I was looking for help for the men who were caregiving for their wives with breast cancer, I said, no. I'm talking about men with breast cancer. And she was a young gal. I have to think she was brand new at her job, because her response to me was, oh, we don't need to worry about that. Men don't get breast cancer. And I said,
exactly.
well, for what it's worth, I am on my way to my husband's funeral. He died with breast cancer.
Wow.
So I'm hoping she never said that to anyone else.
But she learned that day something she had no knowledge of. So
yeah.
And look what you've done to help change the world, especially driving the car around. It brings the conversation up. And again, as we wear our shirts, I can't go into the store without somebody stopping and asking, see, Pascal, when we wear our shirts, I get stopped at Sam's Club all the time because of the back of the shirt. That's usually what they say, don't be afraid to touch yourself. And they'll go, what is? And then I show them the front. And most of the men that'll stop and say, they'll immediately start checking their chest right in front of me. And look what we've done each time that we get someone to acknowledge and learn that, yeah, if you've got breast tissue, guess what? You can get breast cancer. And we all do. People have breast tissue. So it's amazing that we're all helping to make the change, and you all need to applaud yourselves for being part of this family. And hopefully we continue to make all the changes that we can. But anyone else have anything that they want to talk about?
Well, one of the
Overall,
things
with cancer, it just comes down to, you can get cancer in any part of your body, period. It's not restrictive. I won't get ovarian cancer because I don't have ovaries.
Right.
But any part of your body can develop cancer. So that's what they really need to push in the cancer societies. It's not limited, and it does spread.
That's right. It doesn't discriminate, guys. That's all we can say.
Yeah. One of the things that I learned in my cancer journey is how little of cancer is genetic. So it's such a small percentage that's genetic. So much of it is environment and things that we can do something about, like, eating more plant-based diet and, that kind of stuff. So I just wish overall that there was more education about how eating processed foods and stuff damages our body, because we're doing it to ourselves, yet we don't know it. I mean, I have to admit, I'm a very educated person. I didn't know ovarian cancer existed because they test me for cervical cancer. They test me for all these other things, but not ovarian cancer. And I ended up having severe endometriosis with no signs.
Wow. Unbelievable. And Fonda, you can talk to Ann a little bit. Eventually, you all need to connect.
Ann's a great resource for everything you're talking about.
Yes.
You should look at her website.
And go ahead and tell Ann Klink about some of the stuff you do real quick.
I put it in the chat so people can find it, but we've been collecting the evidence around why you would make lifestyle changes, reducing your risk of recurrence and new cancers. No guarantee, obviously, but things you can do. And also, our most important thing is our handout on reducing treatment toxicity. There's so much pain and suffering from the treatment, and it's insane. I'm 28 years out, and there's still the same, crapola going on. I would have said something stronger about Ron Zoom, but it's wrong. We're still having the same treatment issues, terrible choices, terrible. There's more of them. We don't live longer. We have more choices. And for ovarian cancer, I was shocked a year or so ago to read that the second surgery that every woman goes through may not be such a great idea. There's a lot of things in medicine that are not actually well examined or well evidenced, and that's one of them, sadly. Anyway, AnnieAppleseedProject.org.
I'm looking at it now, and I agree with you, Anne. In fact, my Dr. Anil Sood at MD Anderson, I wanted the second look surgery because I'm unstaged, because mine was done by a local gynecologist. I didn't know I had cancer. And I wanted to do the second. He said, doing a second look surgery to see if there's anything there could actually produce cancer in your body more so than anything else. So no, we're not doing it unless we absolutely have to.
He was way ahead of that curve because that just came out a year or two ago. That's wonderful. Glad for you.
Thank you.
So your statement that it produces more cancer, or does it increase the risk of spreading what was there? It doesn't produce.
The trauma that's in that is caused by your body undergoing surgery can actually cause the cancer to reoccur or cause cancer. You're traumatizing your body.
When they tried to put a port in Bob, this is going back years, they couldn't get the port in, and they stopped because they said that they weren't sure whether he had cancer at that site too and things, but that was part of the reason they stopped, was because of the reason you're explaining.
Have my port.
Well, we're getting ready here. Nina just joined us. She's going to be our first speaker. Right there. From Walk the Walk. And anybody else? We have about 5 minutes before we start with Nina. And anybody else have any other things they would like to share?
Well, the only thing, one of the battles I have is trying to get, you've got all these sort of fantastic pink charities organizations that are selling all these pretty sort of jewelry and all the rest of it. It's supposed to be for breast cancer and so on. And I say, well, you haven't got anything for men. And one company actually came back and said, well, men aren't commercially viable.
Yeah, there are not enough numbers and dollars in it. It's a dollar bill for most
The dollar thing. But I keep on trying to rattle the cages, Well,
keep
you're
it
doing
up.
bracelets and things. Well, how about a nice paracord manly, sort of macho bracelet for men in the sort of the pink and blue colours? Oh, it takes too much trouble for our department to design, oh, come on. But, I keep rattling the cage. Sort of, as far as I know, the only people that do recognise us is Ford Warriors in Pink.
Yes, they do, thank God. They've had many of you guys as a model of courage. BRET was one of their first.
Bob's been up there for quite a few times.
Absolutely. And you have...
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues is research. I follow research, and I have to contact researchers all the time and say, did you include any men? Were you thinking about including men? Will you include men? And also, by the way, I don't know if any of you have served with the Department of Defense Breast Cancer Research Program, but if you haven't, I can recommend you. And I sincerely think it's a great idea to do. The more you get into the view of the researchers, the more chance that they'll include you with the research.
Excellent. And explain that a little bit further. We've got a few minutes about the DOD.
Department of Defense. Yeah, so the National Breast Cancer Coalition, which I'm on the board, struggled to get the Department of Defense to focus on cancer issues, and they decided to have a breast cancer research program, followed quickly by a prostate research program, lung cancer, and a lot of others. What we do is there are research panels for grants. So the researchers propose on paper, and then you meet with other researchers. So we're the consumer advocates, and we go to the meeting, we get paid to go, which is great. They pay all your expenses, they give you an honorary, but you get to, it's hard work. You have to read like 10 to 16 papers. It's a lot of work. But when you get there, you're the you're giving the patient perspective to the researchers. And in the beginning, which was 1992, 93, researchers had never met anybody who was not a mouse, and it was a whole new thing. So getting your voice there, your presence there, despite the work, and you are reimbursed for it financially, it's worth it. You meet researchers and you present your view. Did you do it, Michael? I think you might have participated. Yeah, it's very worthwhile.
Yeah,
and it
Brett
really
and
makes it-
Brett and I got to serve on a couple of panels a couple of years back. It was eye-opening. It was definitely a great experience. And to be in a room with the, researchers and scientists who are so passionate about, trying to find a cure for cancer or just whatever their research was just amazing. And to have a voice at the table with, all these scientific people, it really gives you a different perspective as to what's going on out in the research community. It was great.
You have to have had breast cancer to be on those panels. You can't do it as a caregiver for breast cancer.
Mhm.
All right. We thank everybody. It's 10:58. Brett, we're gonna welcome Nina. Where is she there? Brett, you go ahead and unmute Nina, and you're going to run her PowerPoint for her. So if you'd like to get that pulled up. Nina, you're there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Absolutely. And Brett just got your PowerPoint ready to go. Right. And you can start. Officially, we welcome everyone and our first speaker. Nina, you introduce yourself and tell everybody who you're with, and you can go from there. You have 15 minutes to talk and 15 minutes for questions and answers.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to say thank you for inviting me to take part in this webinar, and it's going to be full of amazing speakers, and I feel very honored to be being at the top of the list. So lots of very interesting discussions to come. I'm aware that people are coming from all over the place, not necessarily the UK. So I'd just like to give you a little bit of background about Walk the Walk. We are a charity, a grant-making charity that raises its funds by organising walking challenges. And our most iconic and most well-known flagship is the Moonwalk, which we have held actually in New York, but has been going for about sort of 20 years in the UK. And everybody taking part in our challenges is raising money for us. And then we grant it to where we feel it can achieve the most good. And it was at one of these challenges, one of these moonwalks in 2017 in London, when I was contacted by a lady that was taking part and asked if her husband could take part at the last minute. We have very strict numbers and it was full. We normally have about 15,000 that take part. And she said, is there any chance he could join? It was the night before because he'd just been diagnosed with breast cancer. And naturally, my answer was yes. And it was really the acorn that set us thinking about men and breast cancer. We have always included men into all of our events, but I think true to say that we've usually thought of them as being supporters of the females in their families or their friends, but never really in the context of themselves in their own right. And actually, Mike was the ignition to our campaign. And it was later on that year that we decided that we really needed to do something about this. And we worked at bringing together the first 6
men that had ever been diagnosed with breast cancer and been able to meet. So if I can take the next slide. These are our 6 most amazing and courageous men. And it was the first time that men had come together to discuss breast cancer. And it was the first time any of these men had spoken to another man that could share the same experience and the disease. And I don't have to tell this to people listening, but you know, not only do men not expect to get breast cancer, they're certainly not the best at sharing when they are diagnosed or do have some kind of ailment. And so it was incredibly emotional and very, very special to see these men come together and within a very short space of time begin to share their experiences and openly appreciate each other for being there to be able to do that with. I think that, you know, each of them had this journey, which certainly in the UK is very much a female journey, from mammography, from diagnosis and all the way through treatment. And I think there was a great feeling of isolation. And so these men came together, and really from that, we launched our Men Get Breast Cancer 2 campaign. It's because of these men that we went from everybody wearing white t-shirts with a bra, which is obviously symbolic for us for breast cancer, to giving the men their own t-shirt. And lots of people sort of said, well, why should it be pink? Because pink is what people recognize as breast cancer. And it was really important that for us, that these men were raising the flag and saying, well, okay, we're men, but you can still get breast cancer. And it really highlighted that to women. But as we went further onto our campaign, it's also due to these men that they had their own specific check bra in blue to identify them as a separate unit to sort of all the women that we have. So we had these men and wondered what to do with it next. And from there, we started to set up an annual gathering. And this we've just had the 3rd annual gathering. And I have to say that it has been so noticeable to see the confidence and the trust that has continually grown from men coming together and being able to discuss this. And these 6 men are now, if I can go to the next slide, have now become 24. All very, very different cases, but all really appreciating the fact that they have another man to talk to share their experiences. And I think what has been incredible, and this has been driven by the men, is that we have been able to now collaborate with a lot of other charities within the UK, bringing all sorts of breast cancer charities together and organisations, and giving these men a much louder voice. You know, I think we all know that when charities are working individually, we all have different aspects that we're all working towards the same aim, but from different corners. And by collaborating with quite a large number of charities, it's given these men a louder voice, it's given them a platform. And the confidence that you can see coming from them has been absolutely visible. So from this wonderful gathering, we also decided that we needed to create something that men would relate to get away from this breast cancer or associating themselves with breast cancer. So we actually developed a poster, a chest check poster, which if we can go to the next slide. And as you can see, it's targeted at men. It's been really successful. It's been sent out to many, many locations now. You can see all the collaborating charities that are on the bottom. And it really encourages men to understand that they can get breast cancer. And it's been hugely successful. And I think that the campaign from here is just going from strength to strength. And so it's wonderful to be part of this, this webinar series, and to be also see the campaign getting stronger and stronger. We have also from here been able to keep the men in communication with each other. And we've also had a continuing number of men that have been coming through to us and wanting to be connected and wanting to meet other men. And so there's this wonderful chain reaction that has been very active here. And obviously we've been working very much with the Male Breast Cancer Coalition, which has been a fantastic link. I think that where we are at the moment, I don't think it's really putting men on a platform. And I think that our main ambition is to be able to give them that platform, for men to lead it, because I think it's important that men are the voice of this. I don't think women can do that, and that is vital. But I think that it has to be appreciated, just the confidence it has taken and the trust of them collaborating and bringing this all together. So I hope I'm not overstepping my time. I'm still okay.
You're fine. You still have 7
I'm
minutes.
fine, okay. So I think that there's been some really wonderful milestones, and certainly going forward, what we are hoping is that this will continue to expand. If we can expand it out of the UK, and we can actually work with other countries to bring this into a global appeal, because it's not unique to any particular country, but it is so important that recognition is given. And I think that in answer to sort of many men who have approached us and said, well, why can't we have our own campaign, or why can't we have our own identity? I think it's really important that it is connected to female breast cancer, because if you isolate it, I think it will lose the momentum that women have succeeded in gaining over the past 20 years. And so I really look forward to hearing other speakers talking about the intentions to move this forward, and where we can fit into that, and where we can sort of develop as a collaboration together in gaining more traction. I'm very conscious that I could continue talking across the board, so I don't know whether people want to ask questions, or whether you would like me to continue talking. But I think that is our symbol, and that's very much where we're sort of opening our doors for men to get involved with us. We have run a survey which surprisingly, of the men that were actually asked, 82% of British men, of the people that were surveyed, said they were aware that you could get breast cancer, which was a great surprise to us. But of that, 54% of the men said that they never checked. And I think that that's the hurdle that we've had to conquer with female breast cancer over the last 20 years. And I think that is the big hurdle that we need to get over as prevention for men going forward. So I would just like to thank you for allowing me the time to speak about Walk the Walk, and to ask if there are any questions.
Michael?
Hi, Nina. Thank you for that presentation. Out of the 24 men that are posted in that slide you put up there, I know here in the US, African American and dark-skinned people are underrepresented in breast cancer, especially male breast cancer. And I noticed there are no men of color in that slide. I was just wondering what efforts Walk the Walk is making, maybe to reach that community. I'm not familiar with the area you're in. Maybe there aren't any in that community, but maybe you could talk about that a little.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, we work throughout the UK, so we're not we're not assigned to any specific region. It has been incredibly difficult. In fact, it's been a 3-year process to find men that are willing to come forward, men that have that confidence to speak. Not all men do, and it's an incredibly personal thing. So I completely respect that. We are not selective in any way, and we would absolutely welcome diversity. We are continually working with other charities, organizations, hospitals. And I think the positive thing is, as with anything, as people, as men, become more aware of this group of males and probably have developed more trust in what they're doing, because there's an awful amount of trust that is involved here, not only with the other charities collaborating. I'm hoping that more men will come forward, because, as we all know here, the important thing is we can't necessarily stop the breast cancer at this moment, but we certainly can encourage people to find it earlier. And I think with men, that is the crucial point. So I would love to show you more diversity. And if anyone listening knows of anyone, they're absolutely welcome. These are men that have had the courage to contact us, and men that we've been able to find that are willing to join the group.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a challenge here in the US, but with the coalition, we're seeing more and more men of color stepping forward. And I can only speak personal experience when we do health fairs in a lot of the lower income neighborhoods and stuff. It's usually the wives or the women who step forward to talk about their men, or men in their lives, could be, father or son that do have breast cancer. So it would just, coming from the US, it just was stark that there was no men of color in there. But thank you.
My wish, and I think one thing I would add on that is that I think there's been a huge focus on women checking naturally, and we've come an enormous distance in the last 20 years. And I think that women can play an enormous role in helping men to learn how to regularly check, because it's not something that you do naturally. And of course, for most people, I've been through breast cancer, and so I include myself in this. There's always a resistance that you don't really want to check because you don't really want to find anything. It's sort of a subconscious psychology behind that. So I think that where, this obviously is more prevalent in older men, although it can affect any age. But where men do have partners, I think there's a fantastic situation there for them to help each other, really.
Yes. Hi, Nina.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Beth, and I'm doing a PhD in male breast cancer in England. And I must say, a number of the participants I've been speaking to do talk about the massive sense of isolation, but they also talk about the support that they've received from Walk the Walk, and how great that is at bringing them together when they felt very much alone.
Yes, I really thank you to say that, because we do these things. We're very, very passionate about it, and we do these things, and I don't think you always fully appreciate the impact that you're making, and until you hear it from somebody else. So, obviously I'm very aware of it from the men that we have, and we just recently had a meeting, and it was just so empowering to see them together, to see their confidence and the way that they're now communicating. And I'm really hoping that there's a chain reaction that can happen here, and that it will just pass down the line. So thank you very much for saying.
I do also pass your details on to people that I know aren't in touch with you, but obviously it's in their own time, as and when they do touch base. No,
that would be fantastic. And obviously going back to Michael, you're in the perfect position to come across people that in different demographics and as with any clinicians. And so we're always welcome to hear of those.
Yes, that's wonderful. Cherie, would you and Nina elaborate on how we've collaborated together with the global men and getting these meetings going that are, and Ron's going to talk more about it when he's on later today, but give your all side of how that all got started.
Well, you're stealing my talk for tomorrow, Peggy.
I know, but in case people aren't on for tomorrow, let's give them a little taste of what you guys are doing.
Firstly, I will back up Beth's point that she's just made. I think I've not actually met Nina yet. We're due to meet next week to have kind of a chat more closely. But I do know Jen. So hi both. The work that Walk the Walk do in the UK, for those of you in the US who aren't so familiar, the Men Get Breast Cancer Too campaign is huge. It's hugely important to the men that are part of it. It's hugely important to future men. I, like Beth, have done a PhD in male breast cancer, and time again, men come forward and say how beneficial this resource is for them. I've been working with Walk the Walk for about 18 months now. They've been incredibly supportive, along with the Male Breast Cancer Coalition, for the launch of the Men's VMU, which stands for Virtual Meetup, which I will be speaking a fair bit more about tomorrow. To the extent actually that when we changed platforms, Nina and Walk the Walk very kindly agreed to fund the Zoom for that. So that's incredibly supportive for the men. And it gave us a more stable platform from which to, you know, encourage men to connect with each other. The VMU and the launch of that was a collaboration, as Peggy said, through myself and Democratic University, the Male Breast Cancer Coalition, Walk the Walk, originally ANCAN were involved as well. And what that did was it allowed men to connect across, well, different platforms really. So we have now UK men who are very well connected with men in the US, which is just fantastic. Alan is in the Netherlands, he's a VMU member. We've had attendees from South Africa, we've had attendees from Australia. And that global recognition really has been largely down to the collaboration of us working together across these different, you know, continents and platforms. And what that is providing to men is absolutely invaluable. I'm very privileged and very fortunate to be able to attend the meetings, even though they are really male only. But the men won't let me go. I have asked repeatedly and said, do you really want me there? I'm kind of happy to turn my camera off and be in the background, but actually they like the fact that we're involved, which is great. And just, you know, the support from such a well-known charity like Walk the Walk, the support from the Male Breast Cancer Coalition, who really kicked things off. You know, Peggy knows that, Cherie knows that, Brett knows that. Without this, you know, the backing of things from sort of early in the sort of 2010s that the Male Breast Cancer Coalition was doing, none of this is really possible. So yeah, the collaboration between the UK and the US is really starting to make movements. And one of the things actually that I didn't get a chance to ask earlier to Cherie that I wanted to was about the proclamations that you're doing in the US. I wondered if there was some way that we might be able to weave this third week in October and make it more known in the UK that this is Male Breast Cancer Week, because we're kind of aware of it, but obviously we're all in the know. So how do we kind of convince people more widely to make that a set thing that we could take forward in the UK? I wondered if you discussed that with anybody already.
Great idea.
I honestly see the problem is your government works different than ours. I'm sure that there is somebody that you could approach. Here in the United States, I do it by state. Each one of our states has a governor, and the governor is the one who can proclaim it for that particular state. I have not tried going to Washington to proclaim it for the entire nation. I just have not had the bandwidth to do that lately. But that is the goal. The more people we get involved is to have something become national and become something that I don't have to chase 45 state governors every year, because it is a daunting task. I would be happy to share the wording that we use with you, and someone may know how to go about approaching somebody in the hierarchy there.
Yeah.
Well, we're certainly running a campaign in the middle of Breast Cancer Awareness Month for the men specifically, and we'll have different activities going on and different media contacts, because I think that it's so important once the highlight is, the focus is on breast cancer, that men get included into that. I think that one of the key messages that we want is that we want to be able to make it sort of almost common knowledge, common language, that breast cancer is male and female, not to
people's disease.
It's people.
Yeah.
And we've actually just created a shirt with that on the back, and I'm waiting for people to. It has female and male breast cancers, and I'm waiting for somebody to contact me with some controversial comment about it. But at the end of the day, everybody has an anatomy that, absolutely all of us have the anatomy that can have breast cancer. And I think that we need to get away from it being this special thing for men, or this certain thing for women, or this discussion about, well, it's pink. Every disease has a color. It so happens that breast cancer is pink. It's nothing about men. It's nothing really about women. It's just that it was chosen as pink. And I think it was pink and fluffy 20 years ago. When I came into it, people didn't even talk about breast cancer because it was the C word. Right. And it was at that time still thought of as a death sentence. So, a big thing for us, if I can say one thing that Walk the Walk has brought to the table in the past 20 years, is that we've injected a lot of fun into something that is very serious, which sounds sort of an odd combination. But I think when people are having fun, they're open to hearing things which, quite often, if you have never been touched by breast cancer, I didn't have it in my family, and then you see ways to check your chest or something, you think, oh, that's not for me because I'm not going to get it. And so by having fun, we've really been very inclusive in getting people to come along every age, 90s to 9, every age. And I think in a way that is a sort of backdoor way into getting people to accept that this is a disease that can affect everyone. And we have to stop isolating men and putting them in a pocket from women. But we have to recognize that men need certain sort of psychological differences in terms of dealing with it than women do, because I'm sure that CHERI will go on further in the week to talk about the psychology issues behind it and the stigmas that are still attached. So but it's wonderful to sort of hear these comments discussed, and and to sort of be able to bring them to the table, because there's a growing number of people out there that actually all think alike, and I'm a great believer in many feet make light work, so to speak. So many people together, it grows, and it can't do anything else when there's really good energy behind it.
Very, very true. And if we can get the message out, if you have breast tissue, you can get breast cancer, and that means anything that walks this earth. And that's what people need to realize. It's not man, women, it's people, but it's also animals. They have breast tissue, they can get it also. We've had a dog go through having a tumor removed, so around the breast. So bottom line is that's what people need to start realizing and checking. And yes, you should check monthly, but as you say, Nina, maybe you don't want to check because you don't want to find something. And this is true for everyone, but when we do that, you become a stage 4 person if you find something because you didn't do anything about it.
Well, I think we all have to understand that what we're laying down here is the foundations for the next generations coming up. And we always at Walk the Walk view everything we do is that, you know, what becomes quite a big thing to do to change direction when you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s. If you learn to do something when you're at school and it's just commonplace to you, that is the absolute ideal situation to get to. And that's where we really want to get to with all our young people, that they grow up having an awareness of, in this case, breast cancer.
True.
And that it's just a really normal thing for them to check.
Absolutely.
One thing I will add to thinking back to the poster that Nina shared on her slide, that is really fantastic that Walk the Walk have done. I'm celebrating it for you, Nina and Jennifer. I know you're kind of here to do the talk yourselves, but I don't know how it fares in the US, but certainly in the UK, it's incredibly unusual, shall we say, for lots of charities to come together and collaborate on one thing. And what Walk the Walk have done so excellently with the Men Get Breast Cancer 2 poster and campaign is that they have, through quite tireless work, managed to persuade lots of organisations to come together to put their logo on and to get involved with this poster. And that really is quite rare in the UK. And what it does is it stops everybody having kind of slightly separate, more diluted messages, more broken down messages, so that it becomes this one big message that collectively is starting now to gather a bit more pace. And that has been really, really fantastic. And I think I'm right in saying it continues to grow and more organisations are interested in kind of signing up.
Continually. I mean, we're now getting hospitals that are interested in doing that. And that obviously brings in different factors, because there's obviously hierarchy to go through, and you know, anything medical, as anyone that works in the sort of medical environment will know, it's never straightforward. But we do have hospitals that have a keenness to do that. And I'm just conscious of time, and I just want to thank everyone. I saw Peggy earlier looking at her watch, and I thought I was really running out of time. And so I sort of shortened what I was saying, and I probably went from giving a presentation to having a big discussion, but it was really enjoyable to do that. And I hope that everybody enjoyed hearing about Walk the Walk. And I just want to thank you for giving us this platform to sort of be able to have a voice and to share it.
We will, and together we will change the world, guys, because it takes all of us to make that happen. So we appreciate it so much. And next up, we have Miss Cherie Mathews.
Hello, everybody. Well, that was really great, Nina. Thank you. I mean, I tweeted you out, so I followed you on your, thank you for your links. I went there and retweeted. So my name's Cherie Mathews. I'm a 20-year breast cancer survivor, a former IBM and computer engineering and NASA stuff. So that just means that I'm a problem solver. And I got really frustrated by getting in trouble after mastectomy surgery for bringing my husband's dress shirt. And they said to me, why did you bring this? Because they had trouble getting it on me. And I'm like, wow, first mastectomy, why don't you give me something? Because then I started thinking, hey, sprained elbow gets a sling without even asking. I'm having this massive surgery and battling cancer, and I'm in trouble. So I just committed to myself to change that for, the goal was help 100 cancer patients in Austin, Texas. That's where I'm from. So I decided to bootstrap it, because after IBM, I went into teaching, and I really, really enjoy teaching young people how to think, create, you know, use their creative portion of their brain and stuff. So for $1,000 to help 100 patients, and I was trying to use the Tom Shoes model type of concept, so socially responsible LLC. I have been blessed with my products to help 150,000 patients now. So just wanting to fix it for others has been the catalyst for me to solve problems. So what's so good about this invention that I have? I called it an invention because it actually holds 2 USPTO patents. It has a global patent pending. It has now technology in it. I was interested in nanotech in the actual fibers of the shirt. The shirt opens up in the middle. It has Velcro opening internal pockets, so the drains no longer have to be on the outside where you look like a science experiment. It's just about comfort and dignity, and the material took a year just to get to make it that soft. So that's cool, right? And so my website is Heal in Comfort. Then I noticed all these men ordering shirts. And I thought, oh, isn't this nice? The guys are taking care of their wives. They're actually shopping for their wives. Come to find out, no, it was men ordering for themselves. And at the time, I only had a pink shirt. And I reached out to some of these patients and I said, do you need help in ordering the size for your wife? Bong, wrong thing. No, it's for me. I'm a man and I got breast cancer. And I wish you had other colors. Okay, say no more. I introduced the blue and the black. I met Peggy and BRET and CHERI, and my heart just completely melted for this message. So the guys have their own website now called the Recovery Shirt. It is the same product as Heal and Comfort, but now they have a site where it's, you know, a little, and BRET's like the star on there, and they're more comfortable, in my opinion, than going to a little, you know, my logo's a girl with a boxing glove with a pink ribbon. And I just wanted to give them their space. And I've been super blessed with Male Breast Cancer Coalition and being able to help. I'm committed to giving them, as long as I'm able, as many shirts as they need for their men that are going through surgeries. I've been doing it for years. And I just wanted to say that I'm also bringing in technology, which is called Eli Technology. If you go to your chat, I'm going to put in the link, if you don't mind. Let me see if it works. Yes. Okay. And if you could just pop that link, you don't have to do it now, but we can do it later. But if you scroll down for the first time inside my technology, because of Male Breast Cancer Coalition and because of where my heart is aligned for this amazing world-changing organization, plus I love the people in there. Male breast cancer is, you just scroll down a little bit, I've got them several slots inside of my technology with the idea that it looks like a QR code, but it's not. It's actually, once you open it up, it's about almost $1 billion worth of IP, other people's IP, intellectual property, platforms, apps from all over the world. And people are able to go in there and learn about male breast cancer. I've got your resources up there and I can tell how many hits I'm getting. And it's very busy. So we are making a difference. We are making a change. Ultimately, with my invention, which is the Heal and Comfort Recovery Shirt, the technology will actually be something that you can scan in the comfort of your own home. And you'll be able to augmented reality, have a doctor visit. So we know telemedicine's on the rise, certainly because of COVID, but I want to push a little bit further. And that would be a patient that's having some questions and needs not only telemedicine, they need the comfort of a person. And with augmented reality, they can have a doctor standing in their room. That is where I'm going. That is my goal. The end goal is to have this business acquired by a medical distribution company, a big company, and let them pass the torch so they can take it to the millions that I cannot. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about my story, a little bit about the why, and also where I'm going. And I just want to tell you, I'm invited every day to join women's breast cancer groups, and perhaps about 200 now. And I tell them all my efforts, because of the intensity of my position, helping breast cancer patients personally, men and women, on the phone, talking to them, talking them off the ledge sometimes. I tell them I have aligned with Male Breast Cancer Coalition, and that is where, that's my group. So And they're all like, no, how can you do that? I just want to tell you one last thing about this. Peggy's group and Cherie and BRET's, I have helped 150,000 patients. I've probably helped several hundred male breast cancer people with going through mastectomy. The men in this group are so gracious. They're so kind to say thank you. I've never seen a group that love one another, support one another, and reach out to me. I'm just one little part of the solution in their journey. And I'm super touched every time anybody even stops by to say thank you. And I have to say that's because of the leadership. The leadership is banding together a very powerful family and a grateful family. And I just want to give you hats off to the leaders there. And the big solution for me was I found out that men were using dirty bungee cords from their garage to hang around their neck and hold the medical drains. And so like my solution seems like it's, well, kind of obvious. People still need clothing. They're going through a very scary battle. And my whole goal is to take one thing off their plate and to actually allow them to look like a person, again, not like a science experiment, and give them comfort and dignity. So I'm Cherie Mathews. I'm the founder and CEO of Heal and Comfort, but you can see my product on Peggy's website. Well, I mean, Male Breast Cancer Coalition's website called the Recovery Shirt. And I'm here to answer any questions. I love you guys. I thank you for this great honor to speak to such amazing humans. And I'm done. Thank you.
And Cherie, we can't thank you enough, because without you, our men would not be healing in comfort. And I just yesterday, I told earlier as we were waiting, sent one to another young man that is going to have surgery August 18th. They are so grateful. I said, it's in the mail. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you. God bless you for being part of the MBCC family, because that's what we all are. We've all been through or going through this journey, and we don't want anyone else to go through the nightmares that some of our families have had to. And if we can pass that on and make it better, wow. So
Yeah,
open for
thank you.
discussion.
I
Thank you,
gotta
Peggy.
say, I gotta say that is both simple and genius at the same time.
Yes, very true.
My
Sit.
at the time I was going through this, my girlfriend and then fiance, who is now my wife, was flew up from LA to look after me in Toronto, and I really don't know what I would have done without her. But yeah, getting dressed was a problem. Those Jackson Trig, whatever they were called, balls were a real pain, and that is just brilliant. So
Thank you. And thank you so much. And this is the crazy thing. It's almost like Male Breast Cancer Coalition's platform. It is so incredibly obvious that patients that are basically being altered for life need adaptive clothing. It's very obvious, but guess what? I actually got patents on it because people aren't doing it. They're not thinking about the dignity, because cancer can be very undignified feeling, right? It's just so much, and the radiation can burn the skin, and now what are you going to put on you? I didn't even want air. I didn't even want to blow air on my body. Everything hurt. And then to get in trouble. So I actually stayed in my husband's dress shirt, which is not sexy when you had your breast removed, for 3 days, because I was mortally I was devastated that one, I look like this, and two, I got reprimanded for bringing a bad solution, even though it was recommended to bring something like my husband's dress shirt. I don't want to wear a husband's dress shirt without my breast. And the guys don't want to wear bungee cords. So my whole mission is take one thing off the plate of confusion and trying to figure out what to wear, how to handle these drains. And now I have a shower pouch, because when you get in the shower, that's another whole thing. You can't let these drains hang. So now I have a shower pouch. I'm selling honestly, 300 to 500 of those a month on Amazon. So people are looking for this, and I'm just telling you, I'm aligned with this amazing organization. I'm here for you guys. I pop in as often as I can, but I want to get the message out there. As you can see, it's all over. I even changed my mission statement. It used to be helping women heal in comfort and dignity after mastectomy surgery. Now it's helping women and men, and I do capital letters. So I'm your girl. I'm here to help you.
You are.
I love you guys. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for your time.
And behind Cherie Ambrose, go on and show them what you got there.
A little bit closer, but this is Cherie's shirt. It's actually got Velcro, and inside here are the pockets.
Yes.
For the drains. And what we're finding is the men actually put this on, and I don't know how their wives get it away from them to at least wash it, because it seems like they're living in them, and
they do.
It's just wonderful, Cherie. We thank you so much.
And I can tell you personally, my husband Bob had shoulder surgery. It's not just for the breast. He had shoulder surgery, and that man, even though he's cured and everything else, still wears your shirt at night because it's the most comfortable thing he puts on. It allows him to breathe. He's always hot and everything. This thing cools him off. So you have developed something that is amazing material wise. And to think that he'd even put it on was beyond me, but now he won't ever take it off. So
I thank you for that, because one, I failed home economics. That's a Canadian program. I was born in Canada. We had to take home ec, and I failed because I stapled my hem for I think they're called platzo pants or something. I had a basketball game to get to, so I am not the fabric sewing fashion lady. I just wanted a solution. And I wish I could show my home economics teacher that failed me, my only course that I failed. What I've done to solve, one thing. So it's fun. I mean, I'm just super blessed and super honored, one, to be here, and two, to be associated with you guys. So
and we are blessed because we have all found each other. And without that, I don't know what we do, because your discoveries are amazing, and that brain of yours never lets us down. If you see a problem, you go after it. So
yeah,
we
why
love
not?
you, darling.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, Cherie, it's Mike Singer in the Bronx.
Hi,
And
Michael.
how are you?
I'm doing
I
good,
just
thank
wish I had that option when I went through my mastectomy in 2010. I can remember safety pins and Patty doing the drains for me. And, we had a makeshift a vest or something, because, I was still taped up pretty good with those drains sticking out of my chest. And I would have loved something like a shower caddy when I actually, was allowed to take a shower. But thank you. When we're at San Antonio, we do have one of your shirts on display, and we get a lot of interest, not only from, some of the guys there, but also the women who are passing by. So it definitely gets a lot of interest. And thank you for all your help with the coalition. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Michael, find me a buyer, because then that would be Male Breast Cancer Coalition's account, if you will. And that goes to the nonprofit, the percentage, which is,
I remember.
Yeah.
We will
so like
figure this out.
I know. I just want to let you know that. But I will be sending you guys some of the shower pouch things too. They're selling like crazy.
Yeah, they are.
so
And
people
and
will
I've
like
sent
them.
out everything you've done. As I said earlier, I sent out to a young man that's going to have surgery the 18th of August, and that was my last shower pouch that I was able to send. So
I'll get you more.
that'd be wonderful. And God bless Cherie. She takes us on as a charity and sends them to us, so we then can send out to all of our men and their families, that so they know. And I can tell you, once the men put them on, just like I said, my own husband, they don't take them off. He loves wearing it on a regular basis just to lounge.
I hear that a lot. It's
They
just
do.
the material. Yeah, the material took a whole year to get, everybody. It's just
It's
I
a
was like-
breathable material. Explain that,
Yeah.
Cherie, that part. of
Yeah,
it.
so it's like well, it's really much like the Nike Dry Fit. Remember when they came out? They're like $100 for one crazy t-shirt.
Ah,
It's because of the technology in that fiber, and I have a special coating on it to make it feel like silk.
yes.
And the whole idea is, one of our campaigns was, this is a hug. This is a hug. I can't
Ah.
solve cancer, but when you put this on your body, know that we're here for you, and this is a hug. I fought for a whole year just for the fabric, and it's like we have the winning combination now, and it's helped a lot of people. So yeah, I put my links in there, guys, and that's if I can ever tweet your campaigns out, your efforts, just connect to like maybe my Twitter and tag me at
Excellent.
Heal and Comfort. I trademarked a sentence, heal and comfort, to not have any opposition. I do write intellectual property. I do believe in protecting your stuff. And I've actually got some company in Dubai that wants to look at my product. And I'm like, no, I want to sell it in America if I can first.
Right, exactly.
But that's okay. That's okay.
And we're
So.
fortunate to have Cherie as our family too. So
Thank you.
any other questions at hand? Do we have any?
Just one more thing. Do you
Sure.
all, does everybody know what mixed reality is? So it's different. It's like augmented reality. So it may sound kind of like Star Trek that I was explaining, but a mixed reality would be that when you pick up your phone, you would actually be seeing your bedroom, but instead of just telemedicine, you would have a augmented reality doctor standing beside your bedside. That's where I
Wow.
want to go, because I know it sounds crazy, but I've already done a little beta test on it, and I've used dinosaurs, so I have a T-Rex in my bedroom, and that will eventually be a physician, and then the physician will be talking through telemedicine. As you know, that's on the rise because people.
Right.
Yeah, so that's where I'm going.
With COVID. It is amazing, absolutely amazing. We can't thank you enough. Any other questions for Cherie? We have some time. Anybody else? A few more joining in here.
Yeah, and Fonfa. I just want to say, I was diagnosed in 1993. In February, I had my surgery, or January. I did not know there was no stuff like you have. And I didn't know anything about it whatsoever. I didn't know that they took lymph nodes. So when I was ready to go home, I couldn't lift my arm at all. And my husband had to take his clothing off and give it to me. So I also wore a men's shirt leaving the hospital because I couldn't get the t-shirt on. And he wore my t-shirt and I wore his shirt. It was beyond belief that there was zero advice. So I just posted your information on our Facebook page so that people can find it. It's really important.
And what I'd like to, thank you. What I'd like to do is let's connect afterwards, and I want to give you my affiliate link. That way, if somebody clicks it and buys it goes straight to you, the percentage.
I appreciate it, but we have made a rule not to affiliate with any organization. We don't take payment for anything. We give free information to everybody on everything, period, 100%.
Okay, I like supporting nonprofits anyway.
I appreciate it. We just don't do it. Because we want people to understand we're making the choice for this item, not because we're getting paid, but because we think it's worthwhile.
I understand. Thank you so much.
Just like a comment from me, it was back in sort of 2010. I was working on the breast surgery ward in a hospital. That was my job as nurse. And I'd see the ladies there, and we had special crocheted bags for hanging the drains in. They were pretty, but it's still a drain dangling down your neck and horrible. What you produced there, that is well. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
amazing. Absolutely.
People need clothes. You still need
Yes.
clothes. I don't care if you invented something. I'm not going without breasts to my front door with something hanging around my neck to hold drains. I need clothes.
Yeah,
And I
very
don't-
true.
I need to cover my body. So,
Because the brain does
Absolutely.
not look pretty in any shape or form.
yeah, it's pretty
Guaranteed.
tough. I'd like to get it globally somehow. Wouldn't that be cool, Peg, if we could?
Well,
Absolutely.
if I can have a little shuffle over here in the Netherlands, of course, there's a, sort of,
Well, we'll get Alan to work on it in the Netherlands for you too.
yeah.
That'd be
Because
great.
my hospital here sort of pride themselves on having a sort of a staff breast surgery. So I'll
If
rattle
we
it
get
down.
you some shirts over there, will you take them into them and stuff?
I'll just rattle the cage first and see what.
Okay, see what we can do. Get
Yeah.
us a connection. That'd be even better.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'll put a link onto the breast cancer by men site.
Yeah, it's on there, and just send them our link. I'll give that to you too. So
Yeah.
that'd be great. Excellent. Any other questions at hand? If not, we've got about 8 minutes before our next speaker. If we'd like, everybody, let's take a potty break or a snack break real quick and be back here, say in the next 5-6 minutes. Can everybody do that?
Sounds
That'd be
good.
great.
I'll be mobile too. So if you see me, if my picture, Peg, is because I've got to be
Perfect.
mobile. Okay.
Excellent. Great.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you for everything, Cherie. All right, we're getting everybody back here. We just took a quick break for everybody.
Yep.
We're getting everybody back, and I see Sophie and Alexa on there, ready for our next speakers. As soon as we get everybody back, we gave everybody a quick potty break.
You just said that. You just said that name in my Alex.
Oh yeah, that happens. Yeah.
May I ask Alan a question while you're waiting?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Alan, if I got you a couple shirts, can you just get them to any hospital that you prefer in Holland, and we'll get a snapshot of after this conference, this is some good that happened? Just give it to them. You don't have to work. You don't have to ask anybody if they want to buy. None of that. Just give them to them.
It might be an idea. I could take it across and take it to the mama care nurse, because they like me over there.
Yeah.
I'm no longer under her care, but we stay friends and so on. So
yeah, maybe just a couple shirts, and we'll make it as a result of meeting with Male Breast Cancer Coalition. This is a gift coming from the US to Holland.
That's a great idea. Yeah, usually when you put it in their hands, they love it. They can't imagine.
Yeah,
that it
no other
exists.
work for Alan, just that, if you could just be the messenger.
yeah, I'd just take it to the mama care nurse and say, hey, what do you think about these?
Good
Or just-
idea.
Or here's a gift from Male Breast Cancer Coalition. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, looks like we're getting everybody back here. Sophie.
Hi, Peggy.
Hello, hello.
Alexa and I are super excited to be speaking with everyone for the next 30 minutes. We'll introduce ourselves shortly, but maybe Peggy, we weren't able to join for the start of the conference. Would be curious to see kind of who's on. I see lots of familiar faces. I see Michael and Patty and BRET and various other folks. Pat, I see you as well. Are we would love to know if, who's on the call, if it's primarily patients, if it's researchers, physicians, just because Alexa and I are going to speak to you all about the Citizen platform. And one of the magical things, if we can be so bold, is that there's something for everyone. And that this platform is really bringing together all the people necessary to really advance our understanding of male breast cancer, make research happen, support patients. And so want to make sure that we use our time this morning appropriately.
Absolutely. We have many of our different survivors are on the call today. And again, we're recording it, so it will be shared throughout forever. We will put you out there, but what you guys are doing is amazing. And that's what's, you're actually the second speakers. So
perfect.
Of the whole conference, but it's been going very well and so much knowledge is being shared already. But without further ado, introduce yourselves, tell us who you're with, and you take over.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Peggy. And it's really a pleasure to be speaking with you all this morning, both in person and to everyone who sees us forever and ever on the recording. Hello to you as well. My name is Sophia, and I lead the partnerships team here at Citizen. And we're going to tell you a little bit more about what we do if you're not as familiar, or, to the patients on who are I would call super users of our platform. Michael, looking at you, and others, might invite you to also kind of share your experience. But we've been proudly partnering with the Male Breast Cancer Coalition going on almost 2 years, which in and of itself is really remarkable. We're really proud of the work we've done with your community and the things we've been able to build to support male breast cancer patients and survivors, but also to further research. And that's really what we're going to be highlighting today. Alexa, I will hand it over to her in a second. We'll introduce herself and kind of her role, but we're really here to celebrate the amazing things that this community is doing and contributing to, while also introducing the Citizen platform to those who aren't as familiar. So Alexa, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you, Sophia. Hi, everyone. My name is Alexa Berk. I'm head of research and real world evidence here at Citizen. I've been in the oncology research space for close to 2 decades now. I've done research at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, at Novartis Oncology, as well as in the consulting space, most recently at Kantar Health, which is a leading research and data consultancy firm. Came here to Citizen because I loved what they were doing and what we are doing here with research, and specifically our ability to do research by directly engaging with patients such as yourselves. That's the real power in research, in my opinion. So, very excited to speak with you all today and to share some of the impactful work we've been doing, and to talk about how specifically, the MBCC folks can help us power research moving forward.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to keep us in non-presenter mode because it gets funky on Zoom. So thumbs up, everyone can see this slide. It's big enough. Okay, I got some head nods. Before we get started, I'm going to spend just a few moments introducing Citizen. So what is Citizen? Was spelled with 2 I's, which can be a little tricky. So what we are is a free, and I always forget to mention that, it's not even on my slide. We are free to patients, always will be. We are a free patient-mediated platform that allows patients and survivors to securely store and collect their medical records and decide what happens to it. You as a patient are the only person who decides who gets access to your medical data securely stored on Citizen, and that active consent and active participation is something that is incredibly important to us at Citizen, and truthfully, the entire company is built around that belief, and you'll see that kind of as we walk through some of the work we've been doing. So while most really, though, the under the hood magic of Citizen, if you've ever looked at medical records, they can be thousands of pages, repetitive. It's usually an image PDF. They're kind of a hot mess often. And so what we do, and kind of our special sauce, is we have a really advanced machine learning pipeline that takes all those medical records, spins them through, and extracts and codes the relevant clinical information. And so what you get out is, what we call research-ready data that highlights your diagnosis, your subtype, treatments you've had, procedures you've had, biomarkers, and that information can be really useful to you in your own care. We present it to you in a disease summary that you can reference, share, but also that makes your data ready to help researchers in their work. And so that's really Citizen's special sauce. As a patient, it's kind of magic, and we just send you an email like, this is ready. But what I want to spend the next, couple minutes highlighting is all the amazing groups we work with to take this powerful technology to different patient communities and to different research projects. So at a high level, here is the wonderful network of patient advocacy groups that we work with, and the Male Breast Cancer Coalition here being one of our very first partners, at Peggy and Cherie and really everyone. You've been such a tremendous partner to us, and we're so grateful for all that we've learned and built together over the last few years. And you can see, we've expanded pretty significantly since our early days. In addition, we also work with leading biopharma companies to bring sponsored research opportunities. We're going to highlight some of that work here in a second. But before we do, we'll explain a little bit more kind of the various pieces of what it is we do. Citizen, first and foremost, I like to joke, we TurboTax getting your medical records. We get all your longitudinal medical records and images for you. So you onboard, it takes about 5-10 minutes, and then we use your HIPAA right of access to request all of your medical records. We then do all that fancy processing and then display that to you in the portal. Now, making data useful is that process that I described earlier, but really this is the technology at its finest. turning yucky PDFs into really beautiful, structured, queryable data. And so for the researchers on the call, this is what you and your teams often spend months doing and cleaning up, and really where our technology shines. And so as a small plug, if you're working on research projects and you think that our technology could support the work you're doing, or the male breast cancer community could support what you're doing, we'd love to chat with you. Last, I'll give you a quick visual of what this actually looks like. So this is a real patient's medical record, and it's a block of text. And what our technology is able to do is pull out the relevant clinical terms and then code it to the appropriate SNOMED, which is a bioinformatics international standard, to make it neat and pretty. This goes into a spreadsheet. That is useful. This, harder. All righty. Any questions about what we do, how we support patients, before I turn it over to Alexa to kind of highlight some of our amazing research work?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Cherie Mathews up here.
Hi, Cherie.
Hey, so fabulous and amazing, but who owns these medical records? Where are they stored, and are you using blockchain, encrypted, blah, blah, blah? Thanks.
Yeah, so you as the patient own the medical records. Our terms of use, you actually grant Citizen a license to your data so that we can process it for you. So we do not own your data, you do. And that is explicitly laid out in our terms of use and our privacy policy. I'm happy to provide more information about that. When I talk about privacy and security, I try to separate security from privacy. So security is the industry leading practices we use to keep your data safe. This is, top of the line encryption and firewalling. And so that, it's an iron fortress. Now, the thing I have to always say is nothing is 100%. Now, we use the absolute best technology available. We take all sorts of precautions to separate data. So if anything were to happen, there's no such thing as one key to the kingdom, if you will. And we follow all of the industry leading best practices when it comes to securing data online. Now, that's separate from privacy, and Citizens' belief on privacy is that the patient is the only person who should decide who gets access to their data. And so Citizen is not making that decision for you. We don't de-identify and sell any data on the back end. We don't share your data with anyone unless you explicitly consent to. So that's how we keep your information private, is if you join Citizen and you never want to share your data, that is completely up to you. And we want to make sure that that choice is front and center for you. Any other questions, thoughts? I know we've got a couple of our users who've been with us for quite a while. If you have any thoughts too, happy to hand the mic to you proverbially.
Yeah, all I can say is you all put me on the platform, and it's the most amazing platform I've ever seen. It works. and the doctors love it too. There's the dogs I'm gonna mute.
It's global, is it? It's a global cloud service?
Yeah, so we're not quite global yet. We're working hard on it. The thing to know though is that Citizen from day one was built to be international. So we are already architected to be GDPR compliant and capable of supporting patients internationally. That's really important when we're speaking to any rare community. We have to bring together men from all over the world who have breast cancer to really understand the disease. And so given Citizen supports so many rare patients or rare subtypes, that's a huge priority for us. And we're already testing and piloting some things. And so, stay tuned because that's definitely something we'll be bringing out. Hey, Michael.
Hi, Sophia. I just wanted to mention as a user with Citizen, fantastic stuff that you guys are doing. For people don't know that Citizen also matches up stage 4 patients with clinical trials that would suit their type of cancer. And they help out. The support from them is amazing. Also, what I found different than what maybe my insurance company provide was Citizen was able to also get all of the doctor's notes included into my profile, which wasn't there on any other platform. And when people go in, the chronological order is just amazing the way it's laid out. your scans, the pictures, the notes, everything. So if people haven't signed up yet, I strongly urge them. I've been with them for 2 years and have not had any issues, privacy or any otherwise. And all you have to do is just let them know that you were at the doctor, some more tests were run, and you want an update, and that's it. They take care of all the rest. You don't have to lift a finger. That's it. Thanks, Sophia.
Thank you, Michael.
How are you funded? Is it private?
Yes, so Citizen is a private company. Our founder, Anil Sethi, is a serial entrepreneur. He's had 4 successful healthcare companies. You know, he's been in the space for about 4 decades. His last company, Glimpse, was sold to Apple and is the basis of Apple Health Records. So the technology on your iPhone is actually what Anil built in his previous iteration. I like to say that Citizen is Glimpse 2.0 because when his sister had metastatic breast cancer, the very thing he built wasn't able to help her because it's reliant on portals, and those portals don't have your images. They don't have your pathology reports, your surgical notes, your clinical notes. And so in many ways, you can think of Citizen as like all the learnings he had from building Glimpse and building a platform that is truly capable of supporting cancer patients the way that they need, you know, in a variety of different ways. And so we are a private company. We have a series of top-notch investors, including Andreessen Horowitz, Verily Life Sciences, Section 32. Mike Polini is on our board. He was the founder of Foundation Medicine. And so we've got a really remarkable board and group of advisors who are supporting us. But the thing to note is because of Anil's, frankly, experience in the space and success, we've been granted a lot of space to build Citizen correctly without pressure to move quicker than we need to. And so the patient is always at the center of what we do. And we are very transparent about kind of our funding, our constraints, and, you know, our terms of use. And so if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to speak to that more, you know, offline or directly.
And Sophia, you must be a breast cancer patient to be able to have this platform, right?
Yeah, and when Alexa shares some of our research work in a second, you're going to see that we also support a few other indications. So we are expanding. We support cholangiocarcinoma, which is a rare bile duct cancer, as well as all blood cancers. We launched our partnership with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society earlier this year and are running a multi-thousand patient COVID vaccine response survey that was actually published recently. So Alexa will celebrate some of that amazing work that Citizen users are making happen. But right now we're focused on, you know, a handful of oncology indications and also starting to do some work in the rare neurological pediatric conditions as well. All right, I'm going to hand things over to Alexa to talk about some of the research that this amazing platform is able to power.
Thanks so much, Sophia. Hi, everyone. So as Sophia mentioned, you know, the primary purpose of our platform always has been and always will be giving you, the patients, access to your medical records to use however you wish. But the additional benefit is that the data that comes from your medical records can create really rich and powerful and exciting research studies that have a lot of value to researchers. There are research studies we can design that are called natural history studies. For those, what we're basically doing is just describing for patients in the real world what the natural course of their disease journey and treatment journey looks like. So outside of a clinical trial setting, but just in the standard of care treatment, what are people's diagnosis journeys look like? What is their treatments? What are their outcomes? That's extremely valuable to be able to describe that so richly and deeply because of the way we follow the medical records and the patient journey in that way. We also can generate a real world evidence data set. Are people on the phone familiar with this concept and this term of real world data and real world evidence? It's a bit of industry jargon, but essentially the point of it is to differentiate real world data from clinical trial data. So Clinical trials, as we all know, are very regimented. They only include certain types of patients who meet the inclusion-exclusion criteria. They follow very specific treatment and dosing and monitoring schedules. That's very informative and very important for drug development. But there's also the real world, right? So there's also what is happening outside of those clinical trials. And there's a lot of variability out there in terms of how patients are being treated, and especially in something like male breast cancer, where there aren't as many well understood and well tested and well approved treatment regimens. And so you will find at some places like academic centers of excellence, it's being perhaps treated much more aggressively than in other places. We need to understand that in order to understand the best possible care for this disease. Male breast cancer is actually very, very important in the real world evidence industry, in the real world evidence space, because specifically of the approval expansion of Ibrance, which was based on real world evidence only. So for those of you who aren't familiar with this case, what happened is that Pfizer had Ibrance, which was already approved by the FDA based on years and billions of dollars in clinical trials for women with metastatic breast cancer. It was, and still is, a life-saving and life-changing product. Pfizer had hoped to expand the approval into men as well, but it really wasn't feasible to run an entire clinical trial for this, given the relatively small numbers of male breast cancer. This clinical trial would have taken probably realistically 10 years at least to execute. And that would be time that would be wasted in getting this drug approved and out to patients who need it. So instead, what they did is they used real world evidence, that is data from men who they knew were being treated off label with Ibrance in real world settings. And they used that combined with the data they already had on the approval clinical trials for women to demonstrate to the FDA this product is safe and this product is effective in the male breast cancer population. And it was approved, which means, you know, insurance coverage for something that otherwise would be tens of thousands of dollars was really life-changing for a lot of men. So real world evidence is very powerful. There's actually history of it being very powerful within male breast cancer specifically, but it's really something that the industry and researchers are embracing. Real world registries are just another way to gather data. What that means is that, you know, we're following patients throughout their journey. We also can be doing surveys and interviews and sort of direct touch points with patients, in addition to looking at your treatment data and your disease data, to understand more from your perspective, you know, how are different treatments and different disease experiences impacting your quality of life, your experience of your symptoms, your experience as a survivor. So there's just a lot we can do, and it's very exciting. And it means that you don't need to enroll into a clinical trial to support research for your disease. You can support research from right at home simply by signing up, sharing your data, and answering surveys. Next slide, please. Great. So I wanted to profile a recent study that we just finished recruitment on and that your community participated in to great effect. So this was a study we're doing with a major pharmaceutical sponsor in the breast cancer space. They wanted to look at the impact of COVID on people living with breast cancer and to see how that impacted patients in terms of their treatment journeys, as well as their outcomes and also their quality of life, their psychosocial needs, their financial concerns, everything that sort of everyone dealt with during COVID, but people living with breast cancer dealt with exponentially more. This is one of those things where initially the sponsor said, oh, we should, you know, should we just do women? Should we do men? And we pushed to include men because we really wanted this to be about people living with breast cancer very broadly. And that's important. And your community actually really showed up. Just 7 men sounds like not a lot. It is a lot given the incidence of this disease in the population, right? 7 is impactful. And so we've been really proud of the patient recruitment for this study because across all demographic features, gender, race, ethnicity, we saw a really diverse and representative sample. One of the most important scientific principles of research is that you want the population in your study to look like the population in the real world. You can't generalize your study to the actual population if your study has cherry-picked a few patients who all look the same and act the same. That doesn't reflect what the actual disease population is. We were so proud that this study reflected that, and you all were a huge part of that, because by having just 7 men in this study, that meant we had 1% of the patients in this study had male breast cancer, and that is very close to what the actual percentage is in the world. So I wanted to first of all thank you for your participation and for what you did to help make this study representative, because that is going to increase the scientific validity of this study tenfold and make it very well accepted in the community. So thank you and great work. And look out for these results coming soon. Okay, another example we wanted to share with you is something we recently completed the qualitative phase and are wrapping up now on the quantitative phase. This study we call Black Data Matters, and it's specifically looking at Black breast cancer and barriers to clinical trials. So we note that unfortunately in the clinical trial space, Black breast cancer patients are really being underrepresented. They're a tiny percent of those enrolled in clinical trials. And unfortunately, that means they're missing out on opportunities to not only receive the life-saving treatment that the clinical trials can offer, but they're missing the opportunity to contribute to the research in the sense that the drugs are being developed on patients who don't look like them. So we don't know once those drugs are approved and they're released out into the real world, whether they're going to work the same in that population, right? Drugs interact differently with different genetic profiles and different variations on disease. So we're doing a study in partnership with some of our, patient advocacy partners, as well as our academic research partners, to look at what are the barriers? Are there logistical barriers? Are there tactical barriers? Are there emotional barriers? It's a community-based participatory research model. So what that means is that the community being studied is involved. We're not just sort of coming, taking your data and walking away. We're involving the researchers and the voices and the advocates from the community in designing the study and executing the study and analyzing the study and getting the results out there. So we're really proud of this study. Again, look for these results hopefully coming soon. We're submitting some abstracts to conferences coming up, but it's just an example of the type of diverse and interesting research that we can do with this platform and this communities.
And Alexa, I looked up this morning on our recruitment numbers. This study is going to complete recruitment on Friday. So if you know any Black men who are eager to participate, we'd love to have them. We have 2, which is already 2% of the research cohort. And so we are hitting that representativeness again in a even more specific subtype. And so again, huge thank you to this community for repeatedly showing up to research and for furthering our understanding of really important questions.
So important, so important. Thank you. So next, as Sophia mentioned earlier, we've been doing some work with the LLS, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. This study was so timely and so important. It was looking at COVID-19 antibodies in response to the vaccine in patients who have these specific types of blood cancers. The immune response of the vaccine is crucial. It's what makes it work. And these patients, need to know the key finding of this study was get vaccinated, act unvaccinated. In other words, we were able to determine from the study that these patients, unfortunately, do not receive the same response to the vaccine that patients without this disease may have. And therefore, these patients really, although it's still encouraged for them to get the vaccine, they need to act extra cautious after they receive it, including masking, social distancing, et cetera. Just really crucial, timely, and life-saving important research. This research was actually published in Cancer Cell magazine. I could not believe the speed. Usually a study like this, from design to execution to analysis to publication, would take years. And we see with COVID-19, it's increased the urgency of research a lot, right? We just cannot wait years. COVID is happening right now, and we need to understand right now in real time what the impact is on patients. It's literally a matter of life and death. And this study was done unbelievably quickly. 54 days from the day it was launched to the day it was submitted. Is actually quicker than I think anything I've ever seen of this scale, certainly. The numbers were huge. Over 8,000 patients participated in the registry, and then of those, about half participated in this vaccine response study, which involved submitting a blood sample. Just incredibly powerful. And the publication is a screenshot here. It's in Cancer Cell. And for LLS, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society researchers, this was their first publication where they were first authors, which is a big deal in the scientific community. It means they really are sort of owning and getting the credit for this research. So again, it just shows how the use of our platform can really help patient advocacy researchers sort of take more of a frontal role, if you will, in research. You don't have to just be sort of hidden in the background, guiding the researchers. You can become the researchers, because you now have access to really powerful data that was otherwise historically kind of locked behind a firewall. And now, with your research questions, there's all sorts of exciting research and findings that we can do together.
And we're going to be short on time, as we always are whenever we hang out with Peggy and the men. But any questions, we'd love to be in touch. Here are our emails. We've put some links in the chat, but as we kind of wrap up the last couple minutes, any closing thoughts, questions? It's been a pleasure to meet with you all. I see Michael.
Yeah, thank you. Great presentation. What I'd like some of the men to understand is a registry of men with breast cancer are few and far between. And what Citizen is ultimately building is a registry. So if a researcher wants to study male breast cancer or do a scientific study, this is a place where they might be able to find so many men. So I just urge guys, if you haven't participated, there's no cost to you. And what you're doing is really helping researchers for the future people of, looking for doing studies on male breast cancer. Just something to think about.
Totally agree with you, Michael.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
This year alone, we've averaged 3 studies a month that we put out to our guys right now, where they're contacting us. So, and we didn't have that until this last year. How many different companies have now stepped up and want to research the men, which is amazing, because that's what's going to make change. And
the nice thing is to wait around for.
You cut off, Alexa. You there?
So it's really powerful.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
So we can't thank you all enough for being here. We appreciate all you do for us. Cherie Mathews has a question.
What about Dr. Susan Love? Does she know about you? Is she involved?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are very much so. So again, we thank you so much for doing what you all do. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Peggy.
Because knowledge is power.
So much.
Thank you all.
And what is it that you always say? Together we'll change.
Together we will change the world, girl. We're doing it. I appreciate it.
We really will.
Yes, we will. I guarantee you. Definitely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Take care.
Thank you. And next up, we have one of our other survivors. Ron, please introduce yourself. And
yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ron Rapaport, and I'm a male breast cancer survivor. I was diagnosed in January of 2019 with invasive ductal carcinoma, and I was treated with surgery, left breast mastectomy in February of 2019. I got involved with Peggy and the Male Breast Cancer Coalition shortly after I was diagnosed. I'm kind of here to talk about the human aspect of this and the mental health aspect of this disease. I really didn't have breast cancer on my radar screen, so it was a big shock. It was like getting hit over the head with a sledgehammer. I'm sure most of the other guys feel the same way. Anyway, I was researching on the internet, and I came across male breast cancer, and the Male Breast Cancer Coalition came up. So I said, well, this is great, because now I may have somebody else to talk to, because I felt very alone. I was embarrassed at first. I called it chest cancer. I told friends of mine what I had. Some were very supportive, and others kind of looked at me like, really? Men get breast cancer? They looked at me like I had 3 heads. So I reached out to Peggy, and I filled out an email form. She called me right away, and she said, hey, welcome to the family you thought you never had. And she said, we're here for you. We love you. I'm going to send you a care package. And part of the care package was one of the recovery shirts that Cherie Mathews makes. And so I thought, wow, this is a great organization. You know, it sounds really great. Anyway, how I got into the advocacy thing was kind of I'll give you the short story of it. I had my surgery on February 8th of 2019. I had to have some dental work completed before the surgery. I called my dentist and I told him, you know, you've got to get this. It was a crown. I said, you got to get it in before the 8th of February. I'm having cancer surgery. And they said, okay, we'll try to do the best we can for you. So they called me up the day before the surgery and they said, hey, your crown's in, you come on in, you come in right now. So I came in, the technician sat me down. She said, Ron, I understand you're having cancer surgery tomorrow. I said, yeah. And she said, what kind of cancer surgery are you having? And I said, I'm having breast cancer surgery. And she started laughing. And she thought it was a big joke. She thought I was making a joke. And I said, she said, you're joking, right? And I said, no, I'm not joking. But a light bulb went off in my head. And it was almost like it was a bad thing, but turned into a good thing because it was like a calling. And the light bulb, you know, my thought process was, if I make it through the journey, because I didn't know what stage I was or how, you know, how bad it was or how many lymph nodes and all that. I said, I'll advocate for the Male Breast Cancer Coalition. Anyway, I had the mastectomy and thank God I caught it early and I didn't have to have chemo or radiation. So I'm just on 10 years of tamoxifen like most guys are. Anyway, that's a little bit of my background and that's how I got involved with the advocacy. So what I'm here to talk about today is just to let you know what the Male Breast Cancer Coalition is doing for the guys. And let me get to the share screen here.
Brett, you can do that?
No, I think I'm gonna.
You can do it? Okay.
I think I'm gonna do. Is it coming up?
No.
No?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay,
Brett,
it's coming
you
up on.
Okay.
Oh,
you
wait a
need to
minute.
share the screen?
Maybe because I didn't share the screen. Hold on a
Okay.
second. Okay. Well, hold on a second. Okay, now maybe. Is it up now?
Yeah. Go
Yep,
full,
loading it
go
now.
full screen. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. There you go. You're
All
in.
right, you see our faces?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so we got together, myself and Peggy, and we decided in the spring of 2020 that our Male Breast Cancer Coalition brothers and all men, even those who are not in the Male Breast Cancer Coalition, we needed a safe space to converse with each other. For conversation, for just shared experiences, for advice, just for support, for that type of thing. So previous to the spring of 2020, we just basically had our informational meetings, which were open to everyone, you know, and our colleagues that support us. And we set up goals of the meeting. So one of the goals is to reach out to the breast cancer survivors on and not on our Facebook page. We have a lot of guys that don't do Facebook. So we wanted to reach out to them. We wanted to share our experiences and our knowledge with each other. And we wanted to communicate through a face-to-face talk, and which is a lot better than communicating on a website or a Facebook page. And it also gave us an opportunity to meet with survivors who live in, you know, other places or are not in the best of health, that where we normally would not have that opportunity to meet. So we named our group Open Mic. Thank you, Michael Singer. He came up with that great name. I don't know if it's because his name is Mike or what, but it worked out well. So we called it Open Mic, and we proceeded to set up guidelines on how we were going to conduct our meetings. And some of the guidelines were, we decided there would be no recording. So people, the guys could be in a relaxed atmosphere. They could say whatever they wanted to. Nobody's recording them. We prohibited any talk of political or religious talk. We didn't want any of that coming into it, just for obvious reasons. We used the Zoom platform. So the participants did not have to show their face if they didn't want to, and they could call in on the telephone and just listen in if they wanted to. Absolutely no pressure. We appointed a moderator and a co-moderator, and these are the guys involved. We have John Falk, myself, Michael Singer. Gary Wong was one of our moderators. He has since passed away from metastatic breast cancer, unfortunately. We do miss him a lot. Okay. So the length of the meetings, are about 60 to 90 minutes. But I did want to talk about, we do keep a list, not a list, but I keep a record of the guys, who they are, their name, their location, their diagnosis, their stage, their hormone receptor status, that kind of thing, their history of chemo or radiation, if they're on tamoxifen or an aromatase inhibitor. And I just keep it so that it comes up in the future. So I can go back to John Doe and say, hey, I know you had this, can you help this guy over here? That kind of thing. So how the meetings work is we go around and we introduce ourselves. Like I said, we tell everybody where we are, what day we were diagnosed, what stage we are, that type of thing. Then we ask the person, do you want time? You want to request time. And what that means is we're going to circle back to you, and whatever you have on your mind, we're going to discuss it with you. So you are going to get to talk for sure. And some of the guys just may have something bugging them, whatever. They may have had a bad day. They may need some sort of support. That's fine. So we'll do that. And if the group is small, under 10, we try to include everyone in the conversation. So the moderator will jump in and say, hey, Jim, maybe Jim didn't say anything for 10 minutes. What do you think of this? And what do you think of that? If it's a large group, due to time constraints, we'll just probably be talking to the people who requested time to talk. Now, if time permits, we will have a topic for discussion. We always have a topic, but that comes secondary to what the guys have on their minds. And the moderator generally chooses the topic for discussion. But like I said, our first priority is listening to what our men have to say, just get something off their chest or just ask a question for support. Now, some of the topics that we have talked about is collateral damage of male breast cancer, ED, marriage issues, anxiety, body image issues, chemo brain, and all kinds of things. We talk a lot about tamoxifen and side effects, which is a big topic and always an issue with the guys. Now, jumping to the next screen. We decided in the spring of 2021, myself and Peggy, that we were going to do a global meeting. We were going to get all the male breast cancer coalition and non-coalition men that we could find and get them all on a Zoom meeting worldwide. And we use the same format that we use on open mic, and in the United Kingdom, they have a virtual meetup as well. And we use the same form, basically the same format we use. So I met with our UK brothers and we formed a moderating team. We have Dave Talbot, Doug Harper from the UK, myself, and Bill Harris from the US. We had our first meeting on April 8th, 2021, our inaugural meeting with 16 participants, with men from Belgium, the United Kingdom, the Isle of Man, and the United States. And it was a great meeting. We all got together, and everybody was, really happy to meet everybody. Now we have tweaked our times, our start times. Obviously, to get the whole world together, it's hard. So the last two meetings we had, we tweaked. We started at 7 a.m. New York time. So that was noon in London and 4 o'clock in Los Angeles. So Bill made it to one meeting, but that was it. Anyway, the whole point was trying to get the guys in the Pacific Rim, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, to join in on the meeting. Unfortunately, the last two meetings, and we put out an email letting them know that, hey, this is for you guys. Well, we didn't get any response, but we're going to keep trying because I know they're out there in New Zealand and Australia and Japan, and where else, Indonesia, who knows. We're just going to keep trying, but we have tried. And we also, at one of our international global meetings, our brother from Andre Paulus, our brother from Belgium, the Belgium group came up with an idea of an International Male Breast Cancer Awareness Day, October 7th, 2021. And they did a logo, and this is the logo. And we are going to be out there promoting this worldwide. So hopefully this would be the start of something annually, and we're excited about that. I feel it's a very useful program. I'm proud of the moderating team, everybody who pitches in to help. We meet once a month. Generally, our open mic in the US meets at 8 o'clock New York time. And our global meeting meets whenever. We just figure a time out, that works. Our main challenge in these meetings is to get more brothers to attend, and we're working on that. We're advertising it, and we're putting out messages, on Facebook. If somebody has an issue, hey, why don't you come to the meeting? That type of thing. It's a challenge, but we've had some meetings that were upwards of 10, 15 guys, and then we've had some meetings that were 5 guys. So it just varies, but we're going to keep trying. Now I want to talk about our podcast team. So in an effort to reach more people who are unaware of male breast cancer, we formed a podcast team to be guests on various shows throughout the world to spread awareness. And our team is comprised of Brett Miller, myself, Michael Singer, John Falk, and our wonderful global ambassador, Patricia Washburn. So instead of being on cancer-related podcasts, we ventured out, and we trying to go to male-dominated podcasts, sports podcasters, things like that, where we're getting the word out to people who've never heard of male breast cancer. And we were on a podcast called Dudes and Beer. Quite frankly, the host of the show never heard of male breast cancer. And he normally talks about paranormal conversations. So this was like, an awakening to him. We were on a podcast called Breza, which has a diverse audience about spirituality. Again, he never heard of male breast cancer. we were in Canada on a podcast, It's All About Evolving, which was featuring people evolving from life's challenges. I was on a cancer-related podcast in New Zealand with one of our brothers in New Zealand, and was called the C Word podcast. And that was broadcast on an Auckland, New Zealand radio station that has a very huge audience. There are a low number of men in New Zealand that get male breast cancer. I think it's around 25, but it was still good because they heard about male breast cancer. I was also on a podcast with Lisa Panetta. She has a large audience in the yoga community, and her podcast is called Dismantling You. She never heard of male breast cancer. Then we were just on a few weeks ago, the Stand Up and Speak Up Showcase series geared mainly for women, which is heard nationally on Thursday mornings with Debbie Montgomery Johnson. Again, she never heard of male breast cancer, and this is leading, she has a huge audience, and she goes on other podcasts. And so it's opening doors for us because other podcasters are beginning to call me and saying, hey, Debbie said, hey, you guys were great. We need to get you on here. So doors are opening. I've twice appeared on Chat and Spin Radio in the United Kingdom. That has a worldwide audience of 750,000 people, and they put me on in drive time, which was like 5 o'clock their time in the afternoon, and they gave me 10 minutes. So I spoke twice on that. So the podcast team always enjoys getting together and informing the public who we are and what we do, and of course, making people aware of male breast cancer. And of course, we always explain the signs, the symptoms, the risk factors, and things like that. Now I have to go to the next slide, and I have to shamefully plug my own podcast. I was so enamored with being on podcasts, I decided to start my own. So it's called It's a Wrap with Rap, and it features extraordinary people that overcome life's challenges and people who enrich our lives and educate us on an array of topics. I put the website address in the chat box. I have presented our sister, MBC sister, Cherie Madrid. She's been on it. And we talked all about the CARE project, which she does for males and females. And I always try to make references on the podcast that I'm a male breast cancer survivor. And I try to always, when I can, get male breast cancer into the conversation somewhat. I think we've made great strides in the past year, bringing awareness to male breast cancer, despite the challenges the pandemic has brought us. So that is pretty much my presentation, and if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to entertain them.
Hi, I've got a question. A couple of things, actually. I am in Los Angeles, so your meeting at 4 a.m. in Los Angeles is pretty early, and you kind of wipe out the western part of the globe. I'm wondering whether your meetings would change to, say, 2 p.m. London time.
Yes, we know that we kind of wiped out the West Coast, and we're quite aware of that. And what we do is we're going to be tweaking these times all over the place. So we're going to try to make it convenient for everybody. And yes, to answer your question, we don't have a set time. We're going to switch things around and see where we can get, the best participation.
I'd be interested in participating. I just signed up to your website there with my email.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Perhaps you could send me some information on it. But I'm also curious, Borstakanika, man, what does that mean?
I don't know if Andre Paulus is here. I believe it means cancer man.
What language is that?
That's Belgium. I believe they speak. Can't think of exactly.
Okay.
Framish or something like that.
All right. So it is a language, not
It's,
just a
Dutch.
made up word. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Is that right? Is it cancer man?
Yeah.
Is that the
Breast cancer man.
Okay.
Okay,
Dutch.
Okay.
It's myself.
Excellent.
thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah.
I think the main thing that these groups are doing is they're giving the guys somebody to talk to and somebody to lean on. And we know we're not going to get 100 guys at a meeting, which is obvious, but it doesn't matter. We're there for the guys. And if we can help, and I know we have helped guys that have been at these meetings, trust me. Yeah. And if I don't care, you know, if we can help one person, we're happy.
That's the whole thing. Like for me, it never really bothered me. It does for other people. It gives me a chance to talk about it, which is good. But I've found nothing but support. People are, oh, okay, yeah, no, I have heard of that. Oh, my uncle had that. But it's just not out there enough.
Yeah.
It was something that never bothered me, and the scars and all the rest of it. Well, geez, let's see. I've had breast cancer. I've had the quad bypass surgery. If the scars bother people, that's their problem, not mine. These are scars of survival.
Well, you know, what's nice about these podcasts is it's opening up doors, and I have something lined up where we're going to be on a certain individual's podcast who has national recognition and who is a big sports fan. And so I said, you know, one of my things that I like to see is we get maybe a national spokesperson for male breast cancer. And he said he didn't promise me anything, but he mentioned a few very, very prominent names in the basketball field, NBA. And he said, I'm going to see what I can do for you. So, yeah. You know, it's opening up doors, and it's all positive.
Hey,
it's all positive.
Getting the message out. Michael has a question, though.
Yeah, Mike.
Let me make sure I'm muted here. First off, just want to let everybody know that Ron has done an amazing job with these podcasts and open mic. He took it from an infant state and grew it. There was nothing out there like it. And it's an opportunity for men who, like he said, don't do social media to actually talk to other male breast cancer survivors and thrivers. And through these meetings, I've met guys globally who I would have never had the opportunity to meet before. And I just urge anybody who has an opportunity to listen to some of the podcasts that are recorded that he does his, rapping with Ron. He recently did one with CHERI Madrid, and they were on fire. So if you haven't listened to it yet,
it's worth listening. Yes,
I urge you to go for it.
Totally agree.
Ron's got another one coming up. He hasn't announced the date yet, but it's with Ari Schonenbrunn, and he was one of the survivors from the 9/11 towers. Yes. And his story is just
amazing.
Like, there were so many different things where somebody was looking over his shoulder, and Ron got an opportunity to get the podcast in with him. So looking forward to listening to that when it comes up. So Ron, I just want to thank you because you do an amazing job. You're the backbone, and if it wasn't for you, this wouldn't grow.
It is.
Thank you very much.
And Ron, when we first met in 2019, didn't know what he was going to do when he retired from being a pharmacist. Little did he know when he got breast cancer that this was his calling. God gave him his call.
Yeah. Michael mentioned that podcast coming up.
Yeah.
We're going to have, Mike couldn't make it to that podcast. He's booked. We're going to have a male breast cancer survivor whose breast cancer was linked to 9/11. He worked in that area. So that should be a good time. That should be a good tie-in.
It's excellent.
And Ari is going to broadcast that podcast. It's going to come out on October 7th, International Breast Cancer Awareness Day. So he's going to mention it. And in the podcast field, whoever I come into, I've talked to other people. I said, hey, I know you can't get me on because sometimes it's tough to get on these podcasts. I said, but October 7th, can you put a shout out for us?
Right.
So as much as I can, get a shout out, I'll be happy with that.
Sherry Mathews has a question.
Sure.
Hey, Ron.
Hey.
Congrats. Wow.
Thank you.
Are you able to convert your podcast to text so you can actually make PDF ebooks of each interview, and also for the hearing impaired, you'd be able to read along as you're speaking? Have you looked into the software that can turn these into text? It's something.
No, I right now what I do is it's on all the major platforms. It's on Apple, Google, Spotify, Pandora,
Yeah,
all that. And I I have a YouTube channel, same name. It's a Rap with Rap. I don't promote it that heavily, but each podcast is recorded. And if the guest gives me permission, then it's out there on YouTube. But that's a very good point. Now I'll have to look into the software.
there is a software. It's a free software.
It's
Oh, really?
free. Yeah. It uses AI systems to convert your podcast into basically almost like a little ebook. But this is what I was thinking. You know, you have specific people, you could put in the top 3 algorithm comments or keywords. And let's say somebody reaches out to Male Breast Cancer Coalition, it'd be a digital handout right away. They'd go to be able to hear your podcast or read it and get help right away with what your amazing outreach is. So I just wanted to drop it in the brain.
Yeah.
I think you're amazing, and thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thank you, Cherie. And we'll probably have to get together and talk about that.
Yes, Sherry, that would be great. And without that, thank you, Ron, for always doing and being part of the family and being innovative to think up all these. So we can't thank you enough. The more involvement, the more things get done. So
that's for sure.
Thank you again. And moving right along, we have Beth Herring. Introduce yourselves and yourself and who you're with.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me to present my research today. My name is Beth Herring, and I'm a PhD researcher in male breast cancer. And I'm based at the Centre for Appearance Research, which is at the University of the West of England. The Centre for Appearance Research, we're the world's largest research group focusing on the role of appearance and body image in people's lives. And among other areas of interest, we also conduct research exploring the psychological and social impact of living with cancer and the results of treatment. And we strive to make a real difference in the lives of people living with cancer. So the study I'm talking to you today is about exploring the experiences and support needs of informal carers. So these are people, for example, wives, partners, family members and friends who are currently supporting or have supported a man who's been diagnosed with breast cancer. So the rationale behind this study, the first study I conducted as part of the PhD was an online survey with men with breast cancer, which attracted a great number of participants. I had 87 participants who took part. And one of the main findings of this study was the sense of isolation. So the rationale behind this study was, if the men are isolated, who are the people providing emotional and practical support for them? What are their experiences? And also, what are their support needs? And there's been very little research conducted with this population, as I'm sure you're more than aware. So the term informal carer commonly refers to someone who actively participates in sharing the patient's illness experience on both a practical and or physical, emotional level. And it doesn't include people who provide professional, paid or voluntary care. So the inclusion criteria for the study were men or women. I based it only in the UK. They were 18 or older who currently have supported a man who's received a diagnosis with breast cancer. I deemed it was also really important to include bereaved carers. I felt the experience of caring for a man who since died of breast cancer really important to hear, and their inclusion will help better understand the impact of death from a loved one of breast cancer and what their ongoing support needs may be. So 12 people took part in the interviews, and this is a good number of participants for a study like this. I had 1 male and 11 females, and they aged between 25 and 77 years of age. And I analysed the data with thematic analysis. One of the main themes which came through was the impact of caring. And this really resonated throughout the data and illustrated the impact of caring for a man with breast cancer on all aspects of their carers' lives. They gave really clear examples of practical and emotional support they provide, and they described how they bear the pressures of responsibilities of caring for the physical and emotional well-being of the patient. They often portray themselves as a gatekeeper to medical appointments, healthcare providers, and professionals. Often they felt they had to be strong and positive and try and maintain normality and a sense of life carrying on as normal. And for some, the physical and psychological effects of caring had a negative impact on their own health. And participants described self-harming, being described antidepressant medication. One lady suffered from a nervous breakdown, and another needed the gastric bands fitted after excessive eating. They also talked about the ripple effect on their relationship, how they weren't able to work, reduce finances, how it impacted their social life and their family, and especially their children. So a couple of illustrative quotes. One lady said, "It's just a balancing act. You're sort of working, running a house, making sure he's all right, going to appointments. It's just a bit non-stop." And another said, "It's tough, and it just doesn't have an impact on the person who's got breast cancer, but it's got an impact on their immediate family, the people who are living with him every day." So the second theme was the unmet needs of informal carers and the patients. Unsurprisingly, most of them talked about their shock diagnosis, about their shock reaction, to the diagnosis. Most had never heard of breast cancer, and reactions included disbelief and distress. And sometimes this led to difficulties in accepting the illness. As many people today have already said, that they found it really difficult to access information about male breast cancer. Some of the literature they found portrayed the illness as a female disease, written for women, didn't represent men, and the materials included non-relevant information such as menstrual cycles, suggesting wearing a blouse and a skirt to have a mammogram, and diagrams of female bodies. And this sometimes resulted in their carers feeling uncertain about how the illness impacts men, and also how they should best support them as well. And they also expressed how the patient and themselves felt excluded in the hospital settings. And they talked a lot about the disparity between female and male breast cancer support. There was also a concern about the lack of research in male breast cancer, and there was a subsequent mistrust and uncertainty of medical decisions and treatments, particularly tamoxifen. And a large number raised concerns about the adverse side effects, such as erectile dysfunction and depression, sometimes long-term associated with the drug, and how these also impacted their personal lives. None of the participants interviewed were offered any kind of formal support, and many expressed how this added to the burden of caring and this feeling of isolation. A quote to illustrate this was, a lady said he was told to take tamoxifen for 2 years, and then, "Oh no, you need to take it for 5 years. And then, "Oh no, you need to take it for 10 years. So the goalpost kept changing. He started to feel like a guinea pig. And because there isn't any research on the effects on men, it was really harmful. The third theme that came through, similar to the first study that I conducted, was the sense of isolation. Social lives and relationships outside of the house were often impacted, as they had less time to spend with family, friends, and other family members, and this led to isolation and loneliness. They often described how support of family and friends, although it was initially present, this often dwindled, and they were often left as a sole carer. The sense of isolation was further negatively impacted by COVID-19, which meant a number of patients had to shield, and as well as the government restrictions which prevented households meeting. And due to these measures, many were unable to see their family and friends, and they faced really distinctive challenges which compounded this isolation. A number of them also discussed the disparities between male and breast cancer awareness and carer support. And as a result of this isolation, many didn't know about what their rights were to the benefits or the services that they were entitled to. The final theme was advocate for male breast cancer and implications for future support. So due to a lack of awareness of male breast cancer and the subsequent negative outcomes, many reported wanting to take action to raise awareness for breast cancer, similar to many of you here today who are advocates yourselves. For example, they challenged the discriminatory behaviour of male breast cancer by insurance companies. They held meetings with the directors of hospitals, and they were vocal on radio shows who were talking about breast cancer but failed to mention men. They spoke really passionately about the need to raise awareness of the illness, to share their story, educate others, and to improve the future support for future patients and their carers themselves. The majority of them felt that they needed support, and they felt that benefits would include emotional support, practical tips about caring, sharing information and advice on medical treatment and experiences, managing side effects, sharing information on advice and support available. And they expressed how they felt it would foster a sense of community, improve confidence, increase ability to cope, and help learn how best to provide support and care for the patient. And in turn, it was recognised how supporting the carers would not only benefit themselves, but would ultimately benefit the patient as well. However, there were a number of potential barriers that were identified. Firstly, a number of participants felt guilty or reluctant to ask for help or respite care. They felt a sense of responsibility to look after and care for the patient, and that the patient was more needy of support than themselves. Secondly, they felt that asking for help can be a challenge, and many may be resistant to support and concerned that they may be viewed by others as not coping. And finally, many participants didn't identify with the label of a carer and saw themselves supporting the patient in terms of their relationship with the patient rather than a carer. So where next? As I said, the first study was with men with breast cancer. The second study has been with their carers, which has both been really interesting results have come from these studies. And the third study, I'm planning to explore the professional perceptions of male breast cancer and how these relate to the patient and their experiences. And that hopefully will give me a broad understanding. The overall goal of the PhD is to contribute to a better understanding for the issues facing men with breast cancer and those people supporting them. And I'm hoping that results of the research may help improve the future provision of care and support for men with breast cancer. So thank you so much for your time. It's been a real honour to share my research with you, and I hope next year we can finally meet in person.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Any questions for Beth?
I actually do. Beth, it's Cherie. I just
Cherie.
wanted to know, do you know of any studies on caregivers of women with breast cancer? And if their worries and thoughts are similar, the only reason I ask is that in my mind, I have a feeling that the women who are supporting the men might be having a harder time, only because in a lot of cases, some of the men are sole supporters of the family. They're the breadwinners. A lot of women are at home taking care of the family and don't work. Those that do are taking care of the family, taking care of the home, working, and now adding this on top. Whereas men tend to be maybe the breadwinner and don't have those other things to worry about. I'm not trying to discount men here and saying that they don't do anything, but in general, the woman is usually the one that runs the household and takes care of the kids and does the grocery shopping and the laundry. So I think I'm just feeling the women that are taking care of the men as caregivers might have a harder time.
Yeah, there has been research conducted, a lot more research conducted with men looking after women with breast cancer. And I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think what is evident is that there is a lot more support for the men looking after women with breast cancer than there is for women looking after men with breast cancer. It doesn't seem to be any support at all. And I think that's something that really needs to be looked at further.
Well, I know we've tried. I know Pat Washburn, Global Ambassador, we've got a group of women who are our lead caregivers. They're supporters of our caregiver, our MBCC Caregiver Network, which is another Facebook group. I know they chat on there, but as far as getting the message out that we do have that online support, I mean, short of sending out Facebook messages or tweets or something like that, that I don't know how else to get that out. We tried setting up calls, and again, we're running into the same problem that the men run into. You know, you have to be inclusive of everybody in all the time zones. So it might be possible that we run one every week and have it be for a different time zone. So at least we're hitting everybody once a month. And certainly if you know of anybody, or anybody on this call knows of anybody that might be willing to be on as a speaker, a professional, because it's one thing for our caregivers to support and speak to another caregiver, but they technically are not a professional, and the advice they're giving is really just something that they've learned. I think we need more professional advice in a lot of cases.
That sounds really interesting. A lot of the people I spoke to had never spoken to anybody else. A lot of them, I was the first person that they'd ever spoken to about their whole experiences. So I think if there were to be something, I think it would be very valuable. I also think that people who've lived it probably have, you know, so much value, and their own experiences are so important to be able to share with each other, to foster that kind of sense of community and understanding.
They definitely are, just like our you know, our survivors are actually professionals themselves, because they've lived this, they've walked this disease. They know the answers to what they've gone through. So the caregivers definitely are experts in their own way. But I did want to offer, you know, information like you just gave, and the findings, so that when they hear it from somebody who's actually done a study or research or is a professional, sometimes it resonates a little bit more.
Yeah. Is that, yeah, I was gonna say, and Beth, maybe that's something you would want to do as a study with caregivers. We're building this, we're creating this. It's not, you know, everything we've done so far, we're creating.
We're definitely willing to do the same type of thing that the men have with the call, with the caregivers. But I mean, I can't do it myself. I actually need other people to, you know.
Well, and Cherie, you've never yourself been a caregiver, so that'd be very difficult for you to do it.
I was a caregiver, but I was a caregiver for my mom who had lung
cancer. Yeah, exactly. So that same deal. But yeah, that's what I'm going to say. So, and we're working by building that caregiver private group. It's helped because they are speaking out. But if we could eventually get someone to head that up and get the development like Ron's doing for the men on their men's call, if we can get another caregiver to step up to do it, it would be amazing. But doing a study on something like that, or, you know, that you might want to do, that could be huge for caregivers. So it's just something to think about.
Perhaps I could give you a call, Cherie, and talk to you about it in a bit more detail.
Yeah, I think so.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think it'd be a helpful thing, because that's the biggest issue with caregivers. Sometimes you don't know what to say or do. And are you overstepping your boundaries with the patient, you know? And that's what starts family feuds and everything else. So it's a touchy time for everybody. Michael?
Hi, Beth. Thank you for that presentation. In doing your research, and you were talking about isolation, did you do anything regarding the collateral damage in your study with the men and the issues they were facing besides isolation?
Have I done anything with the first study that I conducted?
Yeah.
You say, I'm in the process of submitting it for publication.
Okay, I'd look forward to seeing that. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Beth here? I think we're good. Well, Beth, I think that's amazing what you're doing. We appreciate it and everything. But yeah, if that's something you would want to do, we'll definitely work with you and putting it out to our group and stuff of caregivers. So Anybody else? So we've got a little bit of time here again, if there's no other questions. Let's see. That's 1:17, so we could take another little break here. Next up is Mr. Michael. And so if everybody wants to take a quick 10-minute break, we can do that now. That sound good? Thank you, Beth, for all you did for us. We appreciate it.
You.
Okay. Oh, Brett?
Yeah.
Are you gonna have to, Brett has to leave, so.
I'll have to get up to work for a meeting. I kind of got a little bit of a slight promotion up in at the club, so I'm a part of the senior staff management now.
He's moving on up.
I've essentially done all the work for it in the past, just never got the recognition for it. Now I do, so I've got to get up there for my first meeting with them. So
yeah,
but I will try to get back on about 2:30.
Excellent.
Show me the money.
That's right, and that's what they're doing finally.
Yep. So
all right, so we'll
thank you guys. I'll see you guys back here in a little while.
We'll take a break here. Or see everybody in less
Mom,
than
I'm
10
gonna
minutes.
put you back as host.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna make you host.
Oh, so I'd have to do, well, that's all
Well,
right.
to help with muting.
Yeah, okay, we'll do
And
it.
if you, and you've got all the PowerPoints in case something happens. Yeah, I'm taking everything with me. Yeah.
All right, getting everybody. Well, can you all hear me? Couldn't hear myself. All right, welcoming everybody back. We'll get everybody back on screen. Give everybody a minute here. Okay, I think we're getting everybody back here. While we're waiting, I'll just say a special thank you to our sponsors of the conference. CGen, formerly Seattle Genetics, Pfizer, our gold sponsor, and our bronze sponsor, J-Screen Nimrace. CGen being our actual presenting sponsor of the whole conference. So we can't thank them enough for helping make this possible. It's my commercial break there. I think we got most people back, hopefully. Just 1 second, I have to do something. Hold
on. Pat, are you somewhere where you're wearing a mask? You in the...
Actually, I'm wearing a mask only because I got called over to take care of one of the twins.
Oh, okay.
And because the other twin just went into ER.
Ooh.
And I just got a message that they're coming back. So I won't be here much longer, I don't think. But with his cough, I was not going to be around him without a mask.
No.
And I couldn't very well tell mom no. So
no, wear your mask. That's a good one. That's how Riley started out. She had that horrible cough for that whole week. And hers wound up being, well, they said hers was a viral infection, but not COVID, not RSV, which was really weird. But she twice had to have the antibiotic 1 week apart of each other.
Well, Daddy was just home and said that they're going to have to give him nebulizer treatments every 4 hours.
Wow.
I have never heard a baby cough as bad as what he was coughing. That scared me.
Yeah, RSV is bad.
So I am home with Ada, and she laid down here about 30 minutes ago. So she should probably be sleeping. By the time I'm ready to leave, she will probably still be in bed. But I've got too much stuff going on here in the next couple of weeks. I don't want to take a chance on picking something up.
I know it. Just be careful because that's what we got.
God bless. God bless you, grandparent babysitters, boy. I don't know how the kids do without you guys.
Ain't it the truth?
Wow. Thank you. I appreciate that, Michael. I was hoping I hadn't already missed your broadcast, had I?
No, we're getting ready to start. We were delayed just a few minutes. We gave everybody a potty break. So
don't worry, Pat. Right after this, I'm going to call you on the phone and repeat everything.
Okay. All right. Well, then my battery died, so I had to plug it in, and then I lost all my volume, so I had to disconnect and reconnect. So anyway,
I know we're praying because that's the scariest because of their ages. They can't tell you what's wrong. It doesn't go away very quickly. I mean, like I said, we all caught whatever Riley had, but it wasn't hers wasn't RSV and it wasn't COVID, thank God. But the antibiotic worked on her. So
So if I bail out on the video, please don't think that it was anything that anybody said.
We totally get it.
Because
Not a problem.
I will be headed home and get back online on the laptop.
Not an issue. Not
No
an
worries.
issue. All right. So without further ado, I think we got most everybody back. Can you hear me?
I can
okay.
hear you.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Everybody can hear me.
I'm gonna
All right.
mute myself though.
Okay. Without further ado, we will start up again with Patty and Michael Singer, caregiver and survivor. And
Well,
introduce
welcome
yourselves.
everybody. You guys are so lucky today because you are getting a 2-for-1 presentation in 15 minutes. I'm Michael, and I'm a almost 11-year male breast cancer survivor, NED. And with me is my beautiful wife of 36 years, who's a licensed massage therapist here in New York, and also my caregiver and many other people's caregivers. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about my breast cancer advocacy during COVID-19 pandemic and possibly of the rebuilding after the pandemic. Just to say so, I found myself this past year with an absence of advocacy for the most part. The previous years, there were meetings, conferences like San Antonio Breast Cancer Symposium, ASCO, American Society for Clinical Oncology, Teresa's Research Foundation on Metastatic Breast Cancer. There was Ann Famfa with her complementary alternative medicine, Dr. Susan Love functions, breast conferences, Project Lead, Alamo advocacy programs, health fairs, and other appearances to talk about male breast cancer. But since COVID, I've had nothing but cancellations, and my phone has gone silent for the most part. Life of advocacy has just been related to Zoom conferences and meetings. They're fine, but I missed the advocacy tactics that I learned a lot at Project Lead and a lot just from meeting other advocates. Some of the advocacy tactics that I used to use were face-to-face interactions, hallway conversations, informal coffee and teas, late night drinks, taxi rides together with other advocates, socializing and strategizing in advocacy lounges at most of these conferences, breakout sessions. They're all gone. And to me, they were some of the most valuable networking opportunities and meeting of other patient advocates, scientists, and doctors. So these are no longer viable options. The new normal, as I mentioned, has been Zoom, Twitter, emails, Facebook, LinkedIn, virtual dialogues, podcasts, as we mentioned earlier, and other hybrid events, and good old-fashioned phone calls and social media like Instagram and Facebook. Unfortunately, other events like our legislative advocacy, for example, the Stage 4 Stampede, which Mediviva puts on every year, where we get to meet our legislators and push forward different policies we'd like to see as breast cancer patients. It was difficult enough when you were there to engage with these legislators, but with no in-person lobbying, we're relying on virtual events, leveraging our social media, town halls, and again, missing out on the intimacy of past advocacy tactics, like I mentioned. And I do mention intimacy because sometimes these are one-on-one, sometimes there's a group of 5 or 6 people with a lot of the same interests and exchange of ideas. So the intimacy has definitely been gone. So the other thing is, it was difficult enough in the past to get scientists to engage and work with patient advocates, but COVID-19 has made that even more difficult. I mean, this was relationships that you could build up on all these different meetings and events I mentioned, where you would meet the scientists, exchange ideas. We talked about the Department of Defense, where you were meeting anywhere from 17 different scientists and researchers just in your group, but there were many more at these events with the DoD. And, you know, since then, it's just been like a desert. I guess COVID-19 has caused stress and uncertainty for all of us. And as a cancer patient myself and an advocate myself, and talking to other patients, both male and female breast cancer patients, there's been many challenges during COVID-19. In talking to other people, we exchanged that there are so many delays and cancellations of our healthcare services. There have been economic challenges that many people told me about, affecting their ability to pay for their care. There's physical, mental, and/or emotional and health issues from COVID-19 and not being able to see your primary care physicians. And again, we're the vulnerable population. We're the cancer patients. And as patients and advocates, we went from face-to-face in person with our doctors to these virtual telemeds and appointments. They do have some benefits. I'm not knocking them totally, but they don't replace that personal care you get at the doctor's office. For myself personally, I purchased things like blood pressure machines, digital thermometers, pulse oximeters, so I can get the most out of my virtual doctor's visits. And I also write down any of these questions that I wanted to ask the doctors until I would be able to follow up with them in person. And as an advocate, I did adapt somewhat and had many positive experiences participating with other advocacy groups via Zoom, email, and of course, as we mentioned before and saw the presentation from Ron Rapaport, he deserves so much credit, as during COVID, he's introduced me to so many new men here in the US and abroad through his work, and just opened so many more new doors and enabled me to network where otherwise there weren't many people to network with. A recent article that I read in curetoday.com, they talked about when COVID started, screening mammography and diagnostic mammography declined up to 80%, according to the study conducted by them. And my concern is that this only included women. What worries me were the 2,650 men who were diagnosed each year, according to the American Cancer Society statistics, and where they stand now, especially our men of color. And the question begs to ask is, how do we rebuild after the pandemic? And I have some suggestions, and these aren't all inclusive. I hope that some other people have some suggestions when we're done. But I would suggest in building up your digital presence, like on LinkedIn and Facebook, I would say to reach out in new ways, networking, Instagram, writing letters, phone calls, and bring value. Be active in each other's social networks. If you see people posting on Twitter or Instagram, like it, add a comment, and share it. It keeps you viable in the breast cancer community. And a big thing would be to reach out to your old contacts and speak with peers. When I was at DOD, I met so many other men and women that I still have friends and can reach out. And when I was at Project Lead, I met over 50 other men and women that I can lean on. And my suggestion is to reach out to those old contacts because, you know, for the most part, they haven't disappeared. Unfortunately, we have lost some very valuable advocates to metastatic breast cancer, but there are many people out there that you can still connect with. And just expand your borders, as Ron did. He's got us talking across the pond with so many other countries now globally, and that's just been amazing. And the last thing I would want to add is to be creative. whatever ways you could think of that, you can make contact with people, I would strongly suggest it. So before any questions, I'd love to turn it over to my beautiful caregiver and wife, Patty.
Nice to see everyone again. Just a quick synopsis as to what it's like to be a caregiver for someone who's unwell or disabled. It can be a rewarding experience, truthfully. However, depending on the level of care of the other and the demands on the caregiver's time and energy, can also becoming an overwhelming responsibility. As a caregiver, you can't ignore your own mental and physical needs. Otherwise, you may not be able to provide the level of care a loved one needs. There should never be any guilt associated with these feelings. You can't be a good caregiver unless you take care of yourself first. It's a hard lesson to learn, but true. Caregiving during COVID also presented new challenges. You should stay informed about COVID and all of the stuff with it, but don't go crazy over it. You can really lose your mind. I know as a licensed massage therapist myself, since all this has started, I've not yet been back to work. If it's for you, then I suggest you should get the vaccination. It's totally your call what you want to do with that to help reduce the transmission of this corona. Practice good hygiene, wash your hands. And I always tell people, and never touch your face, ever. Do it with your arm, your elbow, whatever you got to do, just don't ever touch your face with your hands. You got to take care of yourself. You should stay hydrated, you should eat well, sleep, and do some kind of exercise, even if it's just walking around for half an hour to an hour a day. Find opportunities to relax, whether it be a walk in the woods, a walk in the park, mindful meditation, anything like that. Just give yourself a few minutes, a few times a day, just to kind of chillax. Watch for signs of burnout, which, if you feel hopeless, you have anxiety, you can't sleep, you have difficulty coping with your everyday skills, you may have some anger and resentment, but never be afraid to ask for help. There's help out there for all of us caregivers. I just have to find it and be open to it. And then finally, I would say stay connected as much as you can through this COVID pandemic. The nice thing that came out of it was all the Zoom stuff with family and friends that you don't ordinarily see on a weekly or monthly basis. And that's what we've all been doing for the last maybe 9 or 10 months. It went from weekly to 2 weeks, and now like once a month is enough. And it's just take care, and help is out there. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Coming to you live from New York.
New York, the Bronx.
The
Anybody
Bronx
have
is in the
questions?
house.
That's right.